Chapter 2569. However, since he had come, there was no harm in meeting him. Under the arrangement of Elder Lang Mo, Su Yu entered the palace hall. Mr. Su, if the little demon master says anything unpleasant, please forgive him, Elder Lang Mo reminded him in advance. Su Yu was puzzled. After all, he was a little demon master. Even if he was eccentric, there should be a limit, right? Did he have to remind him like this? It was as if the little demon master was so lawless. At that moment, a servant outside the door shouted, "The little demon master has arrived." Elder Lang Mo immediately stepped forward to welcome him respectfully. Su Yu also did the proper etiquette and stepped forward to pay his respects. Under his gaze, a woman with heavy makeup that was neither fish nor fowl slowly walked in under the respectful welcome of the maids. She wore a big red flower on her head, and her cheeks were especially red. Because the makeup was so thick, there was no beauty at all. Instead, she looked like a paper doll that had been burned for the dead. Su Yu only took one look at her, and it stung his eyes. This woman was human from head to toe, so she must be from the royal family of the demon faction. However, he really did not dare to compliment her makeup. Su Yu was not a person who judged people by their appearance, so he turned a blind eye to her and saluted her. "Greetings, little demon master." The little demon master's voice was gloomy. "Human, I heard that you are very rich." Huh? Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did it sound like this little demon master was up to no good? That tone, it didn't seem right. "Just so, Su Yu said calmly. "I am here to make a deal with you, little demon master. I believe it will also be beneficial to the demon faction." The little demon master sat down slowly with the help of the servant girls, and said calmly, "Tell me about it." Su Yu did not say a word, but laid out a list. On it were the special demon faction products that he had taken a fancy to when he was shopping. It was very useful for arming his own strength. However, the stock on the market was very small. Only by seeking cooperation with the demon faction's royal family could it be possible to buy them in large quantities. The little demon master glanced at it, and his eyelids could not help but twitch. The items listed on the list were worth at least 10 billion time crystals of the 9 underworlds. This was an unimaginably huge number for the demon faction. The highest value of the 9 nether crystals that the demon faction had ever stored was only 5 billion time crystals. 10 billion, that was an unimaginably astronomical figure, especially as the end of the era approached. All the powers were scrambling to find 9th hell crystals to exchange for the Grievous Crossing Lotus Throne. Because of this, the Netherworld crystals would become increasingly difficult to find. The 10 billion in front of him was definitely a great opportunity that came knocking on his door. If the Devil Sect was here, they would definitely buy so many 9th hell crystals at all costs. The little Devil Lord rolled his eyes and appeared very calm. "Sure." Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. This little demon master didn't seem to be as strange as Elder Lang Mo had warned him about, apart from his unflattering makeup. "How long will it take to prepare the list?" Su Yu asked. The little demon master calculated and said, "It won't be later than 10 days, and it won't be earlier than 3 days. In the meantime, you can play around in the demon gate at will, including the palace." He had given Su Yu extremely generous terms. Between 3 to 10 days. Su Yu was quite satisfied, as it was within his estimation. "All right, I will collect the goods within 10 days. Su Yu immediately stood up and took his leave. The negotiation went more smoothly than expected. The little demon master, who Su Yu had thought would be very difficult to deal with, didn't even have the slightest intention of bargaining. After Su Yu and Elder Wolf Demon left, the little demon master revealed a strange smile. He then plucked the eye-catching red flower on his head and said helplessly, "I'm really going all out. Even with this kind of makeup, I'm still willing to come out and meet people." She wiped off the thick layer of makeup on her face, revealing her beautiful and flawless face. "But..." She placed her index finger on the corner of her mouth and looked at Su Yu's back as he left. Then, she said leisurely, "You may have to suffer a little, human." Su Yu returned to Elder Lang Mo's cave residence. Su Yu dismissed the people around him and began to ponder. That little demon master must have other plans, right? Suyu thought about it and felt that the other party's attitude didn't seem to be about business. That was why the transaction had gone so smoothly. If that was the case, he had to make plans early. Sitting cross-legged, Suyu checked the things he had on him. In addition to the small Kylin, he still had the heaven-destroying seal and the feathers on the white feathergate to protect himself. The heaven-destroying seal and the small Kylin would be used last. Using force in the demonic faction was an extremely unwise thing to do. It should only be used as a last resort. The white feather, on the other hand, contained a strong defensive power and was the best choice for self-defense. Knock. Knock. Once everything was ready, he prepared to go into seclusion for a few days and wait for the transaction. However, there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Su, it's me." That voice seemed to belong to Elder Lang Mo's eldest disciple, Mo Chen. "What's the matter?" Suyu asked calmly. He had nothing to say to this person. "Mr. Su, can you let me in to talk?" His voice was very low, and he seemed very cautious. Suyu was surprised. There seemed to be something wrong with this person. Rolling his eyes, Suyu waved his hand to open the seal and let him in. After Mo Chen entered, he closed the door and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, thank you for meeting me. If you have something to say, just say it," Suyu said calmly. Mo Chen carefully took out 2 sealed letters. "Mr. Su, please have a look." Suyu rolled up his sleeves and opened them. They were the handwritten letters of the elders who ranked 5th and 6th. It turned out that, just as Suyu had expected, they had tried everything to get in touch with him. However, due to Elder Lang Mo's strict security, they had been unable to succeed. It was only when Elder Lang Mo accompanied Suyu to the palace that they found an opportunity. They had paid a hefty price to bribe Mo Chen. They had asked him to pass the letter on their behalf. After reading it, Suyu's eyes were calm. He accepted the letter and said, "Tell them that I will consider it." These 2 people were not his target. What he wanted was Elder Xiao Mo. However, Elder Xiao Mo was extremely vigilant and had not made a move yet. However, Suyu believed that he would make a move sooner or later. After all, no one would not be tempted by such a huge 9 Serenities crystal. Coincidentally, Elder Xiao Mo was an insatiably greedy person. Suyu believed that he was just observing. After receiving the reply, Mo Chen quietly went to a remote area in the city. There were Elder Guang Mo and Elder Yang Mo's disciples. "Mo Chen, what did Mr. Su say?" they asked expectantly. Mo Chen shook his head regretfully. Mr. Su only said that he would consider it. The 2 disciples were extremely disappointed. In the letter, their master had proposed generous terms for Suyu. They had not expected Suyu to be dissatisfied. "What is that Mr. Su thinking?" Elder Guang Mo's disciple sighed bitterly. Mo Chen laughed self-mockingly. "You ask me. But who am I supposed to ask? That kind of high and mighty figure, every word and action is carefully thought out. How can I guess?" The 2 disciples thought about it and felt helpless. Then, how did Mr. Su deal with the letter? Suddenly, another disciple walked out from the shadows. Chapter 2570. The demon glanced at him, snorted, and didn't reply. Everyone knew about the grudge between Elder Xiao Mo and his master. What right did he have to answer the demonic zither for no reason? "Big brother Mo Chen, this is just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it." Mo Chen immediately took out a small bag of 9 abyss crystals. The latter opened it and took a look. Only then did a warm expression appear on his face. He said, "I didn't do much with it. I just kept it in my bosom." After listening, the magic zither fell into deep thought. He took out a small bag of netherworld crystals and handed the letter to Mo Chen. "Then I'll have to trouble big brother Mo Chen to deliver my letter as well." Mo Chen snorted unhappily. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had sent it to me just now? Do you know how much risk you'll be taking if you make another trip?" "Hihi, big brother Mo Chen, let's take a look at the contents of this money pouch first." When Mo Chen opened it, his expression changed drastically. Inside the pouch, there were 2 million time crystals. He put away the money bag and said, "All right, then I'll make another trip." Watching him leave, the demonic Qin sighed helplessly. "This is Master's will." There's nothing I can do about it. As it turned out, Elder Xiao Mo had instructed the magic zither to remain calm and observe Mr. Su's reaction after the other elder's letters were delivered. If he returned the letter or threw it away, then his handwritten letter would not need to be sent out. If he accepted it and didn't explicitly reject it, then he would send it over. That was why the scene before them happened. Soon after, a letter appeared in Su Yu's hand. It was written in Elder Xiao Mo's own handwriting, and he was willing to purchase the 9 nether crystal from Su Yu with the time crystal at a price that was 30% higher than the market price. He would buy as much as they sold. Hehe, you sure talk big. Su Yu said in front of Mo Chen. However, to make a deal with the royal family, I don't have many 9 serenities crystals left. If Elder Xiao Mo is willing, we can make another deal after I have obtained enough 9 serenities crystals. Mo Chen immediately returned and conveyed Su Yu's original message. The demonic Qin heaved a long sigh of relief. Master is the best after all. You actually succeeded. A few days later, Su Yu, who was in seclusion, stood up abruptly and struck the space in front of him with his palm. The terrifying power of the profound way, which was close to the early stage of Nirvana circle, caused a deep crack to appear in space. I've finally stabilized my cultivation, Su Yu said in satisfaction. It was time to prepare to break through to the Nirvana stage. Just like breaking through from light Nirvana to intermediate Nirvana, normal cultivation required a long period of accumulation. He had to use a special item to break through the barrier between realms. Mr. Su, the royal family is here. Elder Wolf Demon reminded from outside. Su Yu was surprised. It was only the 4th day, right? That little demon lord was very efficient. Let's go. Su Yu stood up, while a cold glint flickered in his eyes. That little demon lord had better not have other plans. Otherwise, he might not care whether he was a great demon lord or a little demon lord. He arrived at the imperial palace once again. He appeared in a spacious hall. Inside, the floor was already neatly covered with space storage devices. There was an item on the list in each of the spatial storage devices. The little devil lord was already sitting calmly in the main hall. When he saw Su Yu coming over, he said calmly, "Human, everything is ready. Take out your money." Su Yu's eyes flickered. "I want to check the goods first." "Whatever," the little devil lord said indifferently. Su Yu grabbed a space storage device and checked it. His face darkened. "What do you mean by this?" This space storage device contained a kind of secret medicine that could temporarily enhance one's cultivation. He needed a total of 10,000 bottles on the list. But among them, only 100 bottles were real. The rest were empty. "It means what you see," the little devil lord said rudely. "You have checked the goods, so give me the money." How was this a transaction? It was clearly robbery. Su Yu surveyed his surroundings. Although he did not have a clear perception, there must be an absolute strong person nearby who was staring at him. If he made any bad moves, he would immediately attack and kill Su Yu. Therefore, Su Yu calmed down and said slowly, "Little devil lord, if you do not mean to trade, then forget it." There was no reason for him to buy something that was seriously short of weight with such a high price. He had expected that the little devil lord would use forceful means to force him to pay up. Unexpectedly, the little devil lord said indifferently, "If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Are you afraid that my demon faction's things can't be sold?" What was going on? Crash. Suddenly, a figure full of bones appeared. He was not a bystander. It was the great elder Gu Mo. He grabbed a few space storage devices and scanned them. He said with a slight reproach, "Little devil lord, there are enough goods in the demon faction's warehouse. Why don't you take them out?" The demon faction had reserves all year round, and the things that Su Yu needed could be completely satisfied. However, the little devil lord had agreed to the transaction, but deliberately made a situation where the goods were short of weight. She was not going to force him to buy or sell. What was she trying to do? "Father is not here, so I am in charge. I will sell as much as I say," the little devil lord said. The great elder Gu Mo was a little angry. Such a large business was crucial to the future of the demon faction. If it was successful, He might be able to raise enough money for the evil crossing lotus seat. If the demon lord was here, he would certainly make this transaction happen at all costs. After a pause, the great elder Gu Mo lowered his voice and said, "If the little devil lord is distressed about the goods, then," he gave him a fierce look. He meant to rob. Anyway, robbery was a common thing in the demon faction. The little devil lord slammed the table and shouted, "Presumptuous! Our demon faction is a place of honor. How can you rob openly?" The words could be heard by the whole hall. The great elder Gu Mo was embarrassed. What was the little devil lord doing? She finally looked at the human race and said, "Human race, I have changed my mind. I don't want to trade with you anymore. Now, please leave the demon faction." The little devil lord's idea was very simple. She wanted to destroy the great plan of the demon faction. She wanted to see if her father would dare to keep her in the demon faction. That was why the scene in front of them was happening. Suyu frowned slightly. He could see that the little devil lord was doing this on purpose. What a waste of time and feelings. He had waited for 4 days in vain. In the end, the other party did not have the intention to trade at all. This willful little devil lord. However, in front of the great elder Gu Mo, Suyu naturally could not do anything out of line. "If that is the case, then I will leave," Suyu said calmly. Unexpectedly, the little devil lord said, "Wait. What is it?" The little devil lord said indifferently, "Spit out all the things you bought in the demon faction. Of course, I will also return all the 9 serenities crystals you spent." "What?" The great elder Gu Mo was furious. Suyu had spent 2,000,000,009 serenities crystals, and now he was returning them all? Chapter 2571. If she didn't want to continue the transaction, Suyu could somewhat understand it. After all, she probably had her own reasons for doing so. However, Suyu wanted him to return the item that he had bought. It was simply humiliating. After this incident, who would dare to trade with the demon sect in the future? Suyu even wondered if he had unintentionally offended the little demon master. Otherwise, why would the little demon master be so aggressive? "Little demon lord, I advise you to think twice before you act." This was obviously not beneficial to the demon sect's actions. If the demon lord found out about it, he would definitely punish him. The little devil lord's eyes hardened, and the big red flower on his head trembled. She narrowed her eyes and said slowly, "Human, I should be the one advising you. Follow my orders immediately and don't provoke me." Suyu looked at her deeply. He did not have a good impression of the entire demon faction. It was fine if the dignified little devil lord went back on his words, but he was still so domineering and unreasonable. "All right. I'll return it to you." Suyu's eyes shone brightly, and he threw a space storage artifact back. Elder Gu Mo sighed and caught it. After checking it and confirming that there were no problems, he passed it to the little demon master. Although he was very angry at the little devil lord's unreasonable actions, he did not forget his duty to protect the little devil lord. The little demon master played with the spatial storage device and raised his chin. "Give it to him." Left with no other choice, Elder Bone Demon could only head to the Imperial Treasury and take the few netherworld crystals within it. When the demon lord returns, he will definitely be furious. Little demon lord is really too willful this time, even worse than running away from home back then, Bone Devil Elder said with a sigh. Suyu took his space storage artifact and immediately took his leave. He did not hesitate in the slightest. The entire demon gate was in an uproar because of this. Nonsense. What nonsense? Little Devil Lord is treating the future of the demon sect as a joke. The one with the most intense reaction was Elder Xiao Mo. His cooperation with Suyu had just begun to take shape, yet the little demon master had acted so recklessly and driven him away. Elder Wolfien's face was ashen. Ridiculous. The 9 Serenities crystal is related to the demonic sect's exchange for the Nirvana Lotus Throne. It determines the life and death of the demonic sect. How can she mess around like this? Not only did he not want to cooperate, he even wanted to return all the money Mr. Su had spent on the demon gate. It would be strange if the demon lord was not furious when he returned. The demonic elders were like this, and the common people were also like this. The imperial family was demanding back all the ninth hell crystals that they'd obtained from the merchants that had benefited from it, and for a time, the imperial family was filled with complaint. What little devil lord is she? Instead of doing proper business, you're fooling around all day. Why don't we just leave her outside? There's no need to call her back. As the saying goes, cutting off one's path to wealth is like killing one's parents. The little devil lord's actions had not only cut off their source of wealth, but he had also snatched back the wealth that was already in their hands. How could he not be hated? However, no matter how angry the people were, no one could do anything to the little devil lord. Elder Bone Demon sighed incessantly. Only the little devil lord had a complacent look on his face. She wanted to turn the devil gate upside down and see if the devil lord would still dare to keep her in the devil gate. Ari, poor Mr. Sue, he came here in vain. The little devil lord said with a smile. All of a sudden, the spatial storage device in his hand shattered with a cracking sound. An extremely well-hidden time domain surged out without any warning. Both of them, including the little demon master and Elder Bone Devil, fell into a state of time freeze at the same time. Su Yu, who had left, had strangely returned. He stared at the little devil lord and said coldly, "It's not your fault that you are ugly, but it's wrong for you to come out and do evil." As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked her to the ground. At the same time, he took away everything on her body, including the spatial storage device that he had taken back, as well as the little devil lord's own spatial storage device. After doing this, he immediately used the time domain to escape. This was because the Elder Bone Devil had reacted and used his powerful cultivation to forcibly break through the blockade of the time domain. Little Devil Lord, be careful. Bone Devil only had time to support the Little Devil Lord, but he was unable to stop Suyu from escaping. When the time domain ended, the Little Devil Lord also woke up. There was an obvious pain in her chest, causing her to rub her chest subconsciously. Only then did she realize that the spatial storage devices on her body were all gone. Is it that human? Although time was frozen, the Little Devil Lord's thoughts were still there. For a short time, she did faintly feel that someone had done something to her. She was shocked and angry. No wonder the other party had returned the spatial storage device so easily. It turned out that an unknown trick had been done inside, and even the great Elder Bone Devil did not notice it. Chase after him. The Little Devil Lord scolded, and there was real anger in her expression. She was not angry that she had been schemed against, nor was she angry that the secret medicine of the demon faction, which was worth 2,000,000,009 Serenities crystals, had been stolen. She was angry that he had stolen a spatial storage device that contained something extremely important to her. The Elder Bone Devil was also angry. In front of him, he had hurt the Little Devil Lord. This human was too bold. There is no need to chase after him. So far, no one has been able to escape from the demon faction. The Elder Bone Devil snorted. Little Devil Lord, you stay in the palace, don't leave even half a step. I will be back soon. With the strength of the great Elder Bone Devil, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with Suyu. Once he caught up, Suyu would die without a burial place. After saying that, the Elder Bone Devil flashed away. With the strength of the royal family, there was no need to worry about the safety of the Little Devil Lord. The Little Devil Lord sat in the yard angrily. Human, you have angered me. However, just as the words left his mouth, an ice-cold voice rang out in his ears. The same words, I will return to you. Suyu, who had clearly escaped, had not left at all. How could he not know that it was impossible for him to escape from the demon faction by himself? Therefore, he had adopted the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain, lurking and subduing the Little Devil Lord. The Little Devil Lord reacted quickly. When she heard that something was wrong, she immediately crushed a defensive talisman and asked for help. However, Suyu was prepared, and a space domain froze her from head to toe. Then, in front of the Little Devil Lord's surprised eyes, he carried her on his shoulder. Human, do you know what you are doing? She never dreamed that this human would have the courage to kidnap her. Didn't he know that she was a descendant of the demon faction? Kidnapping her was tantamount to becoming the enemy of the entire demon clan. I know, I will exchange you for a reward. Hadn't the Empress Star Rain been searching for the little devil lord? He hadn't seen the Empress for several years, and now he had kidnapped the little devil lord as a greeting gift. You are finished, no one can save you. The little devil lord wanted to cry. Things should not have turned out like this. She had imagined that she had angered the human clan and delayed the demon faction's important matters. The demon master would have driven her away in anger. Being kidnapped was not part of the plan at all. At this moment, the little devil lord wanted to cry but had no tears. Suyu kidnapped the little devil lord, rushed out of the demon gate city, and arrived in front of the formation. How could his abnormal behavior be hidden from the powerful demon elders? In particular, the number 1 elder Jiyu Mo, who was the first to arrive. He was shocked and angry. Human, let go of the little devil lord. If you hurt him, you will. Suyu calmly pinched the little demon master. The little devil lord gasped in pain and said fiercely, "You almost pinched a piece of my flesh." Suyu looked at the elder Jiyu Mo and shrugged. "See, there will be no consequences." The elder Jiyu Mo did not dare to come forward. If Suyu did something out of line, the little devil lord would be in danger. So, let's be straightforward. Let me go, and I can guarantee the little devil lord's safety for the time being. Otherwise, she will die now, Suyu said. At this moment, the little devil lord wanted to die. What the hell was going on? Chapter 2572. Elder Jiyu Mo's expression changed again and again, thinking that he had been careless. The human in front of him was simply too cunning. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would fall into his trap and be captured by the little demon lord. If something happened to the little devil lord, the devil lord would find it hard to forgive him. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Elder Bone Demon waved his hand and activated the time and space formation. It will bring you back to where you came from. Remember not to hurt the little demon lord, otherwise, you will definitely regret it. There was only one little devil lord in the devil sect, and he was also the only successor of the devil sect. If the little demon master met with misfortune, even if Suyu was the descendant of the time master, the demon faction would seek revenge at all costs. Suyu smiled faintly. Thank you. He had never thought of hurting the little devil master, he just wanted to bring him back. With a leap, he stepped into the formation with the little demon master. After experiencing the transformations of time and space, he successfully returned to the Taoist sect. Before the people inside could react, they immediately grabbed the little devil master and fled. When Elder Jiyu Mo and many other elders came out, the little demon master and Suyu were nowhere to be seen. Immediately send an order to all the demon sects to search for the little demon lord. Elder Guang Mo hesitated and asked cautiously, Grand Elder, is this really fine? The devil lord seems to be coming back soon. With such a big commotion, he will definitely know that something has happened to the little devil lord. Elder Jiyu Mo's face sank. I will take responsibility for this matter alone, but we must search as soon as possible. The young demon master's safety is above all else. With one order, the countless branches of the demon sect received the same order. Find the little devil lord. The order did not mention the little devil master's current situation, so it was misunderstood, and the little devil master fled again. It was a pity that the tearful little devil master was being kidnapped and taken south. When they arrived at a deserted ancient city, Suyu stopped to rest and replenish his energy. Hey, death human race, don't go too far, I'm not trying to harm you. The little devil lord's body was covered with sealing runes, lying on the ground like a block of wood. Only the mouth could move. Suyu's expression was calm as he said, Initially, I didn't want to do anything to you, but you kept forcing me. So, I had no choice but to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Suyu searched through the little demon master's space storage device. As the little demon lord, her spatial storage device should not be lacking in demon sect specialties. True enough. After a brief exploration, Suyu was extremely satisfied. The richness of the specialties inside was comparable to the various items that Suyu had bought with 2,000,000,009 Underworld's crystals previously. Not bad, you didn't take the risk for nothing. Suyu was quite satisfied with the little demon master, who was a fat sheep. Suddenly, Suyu raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused. With a thought, a small wooden barrel appeared in his palm. Inside the wooden barrel, there was only a thin layer of colorful liquid. Suyu could not be more familiar with this object. It was the evil spring that he gave to Yu Xiangwan and Xie Xiaoye. The evil spring could raise the level of a domain, which was very useful to the two of them. How could the little devil lord also have an evil spring? Moreover, there was an identical little wooden barrel. Suyu was not worried about Yu Xiangwan's evil spring, as he had seen her consume it with his own eyes. How did Xie Xiaoye's item end up in your hands? Suyu's eyes became gloomy as he stared at the little demon master. The little demon lord was startled, his eyes turning as he thought to himself, does this person really know my real name? Could it be that he has seen me before? Her name was only known to a few demon elders. Many people in the demonic faction did not know her real name and only called her the little demon master. Yet, Suyu knew her real name so easily. This surprised the little demon master. However, to be cautious, she did not admit it. Humph. What Xie Xiaoye? I don't know her. Suyu's eyes became colder and colder. Xie Xiaoye was from an 8-star civilization, so her background should be very weak, right? He was very worried that the news that Xie Xiaoye had obtained the evil spring would be leaked, which would lead to a fatal disaster. Perhaps this matter was not done by the little demon master, but it was possible that it was not done by her subordinates in order to claim credit. As he thought of this, his heart tightened. He continued to search the little demon master's storage space, his eyes becoming gloomy little by little. This was because he kept discovering more things about Xie Xiaoye. Even the clothes that she usually wore and so on. Speak. Where is Xie Xiaoye? Suyu grabbed her by the neck and shouted coldly. Even her daily necessities were obtained by the little demon master. It was obvious that Xie Xiaoye was very likely to have been harmed. The little demon master was trembling with anger. When had she ever been so cowardly? Human, don't force me. The little demon master clenched her teeth. She was obviously angry. Suyu's eyes were full of cold light. Speak. He involuntarily used more strength, and his palm gradually tightened. The little demon master snorted coldly, and a rich demonic energy suddenly gushed out of her body. She was originally in the form of a human, but a pair of golden wings suddenly appeared on her back. Ordinary devils, even the elders of the devil race, only had black wings. Only the little demon master had golden wings. The clothes on her body were also torn apart, revealing a perfect golden body. The runes that were suppressing her body began to tremble and shake off one by one. Those runes could no longer suppress her. You want to resist? Suyu pointed his finger, and the time domain bloomed and touched her body. However, the frozen time domain was forcibly bounced off by the reverse flow of the demon royal blood. Open! The little demon master growled. She waved her wings, and a golden storm suddenly appeared, forcing Suyu to retreat. The runes on her body were also completely swept away. This time, the little demon master was completely free. Her figure turned into a residual shadow, and she blasted towards Suyu. A majestic and terrible power was faintly approaching the early stage of nirvana. Suyu snorted lightly, and in the palm of his hand, the power of the mysterious path gathered, and it was not inferior to the early stage of nirvana. Bang! The moment the two collided, the world trembled fiercely. The mountains in the distance all collapsed. The densely packed forest all fell to the ground. The golden figure of the little demon master retreated, and her face was solemn. It is not easy for a human to cultivate to this level. Put down my things, and I will spare your life. She actually intended to let Suyu go. Those things do not belong to you. Suyu's eyes were cold, and he took a deep breath. 2 hourglasses of time appeared above his head. Those things belong to my friends. As his voice fell, the time domain was suddenly launched. The little demon master tried her best to resist, but under the medium-level time domain, it was difficult for her to be completely immune. Her movements were obviously much slower. Her golden eyes widened little by little, and her eyes were flashing with surprise. The human in front of her seemed to be saying that Xie Xiaoye was his friend. Wait a minute. The little demon master said. However, In the time domain, she spoke very slowly. Before she could reveal her identity, Suyu slapped her chest. Clang. Chapter 2573. Those were the words of the heavenly book. The golden runes surrounded the little demon master like a protective treasure. Suyu's palm strike was forcefully blocked by the symbol, and he could not do anything to it. This was the palm of someone at the early stage of nirvana, so its power was unimaginable. At the same time, the appearance of the runes had a strong resistance against the time domain. The little demon master finally got rid of the time domain and asked hurriedly, "Who are you? Why do you know Xie Xiaoye?" Suyu was slightly stunned, then said coldly, "You really know Xie Xiaoye? Tell me, how is she now? Is she alive or dead?" He was most concerned about Xie Xiaoye's life and death. The little demon master thought for a moment, then plucked the big red flower from her head. At the same time, she wiped off all the makeup on her face. A familiar face of peerless beauty was revealed. Suyu was stunned. His mind went blank for a moment. Xie Xiaoye? He didn't quite believe it. The little demon master's true appearance was Xie Xiaoye. Xie Xiaoye stared at Suyu suspiciously and said solemnly, "Human, can I ask why I am your friend?" She looked at Suyu and pondered seriously. Proficient in the time domain, human, her eyes widened. "What's your surname?" Suyu was stunned for a while, then slowly took off his bamboo hat and revealed his true appearance. "Suyu." Xie Xiaoye was shocked, wondering if she was dreaming. "You are not dead. Did you escape?" She thought Suyu had been buried in the conspiracy of Great Emperor Xiaohao. The most surreal thing was that Suyu had actually swaggered into the demon faction and successfully kidnapped her. This was incredible. Suyu smiled and looked at Xie Xiaoye deeply. "It seems you know a lot, just like your identity is well hidden." Xie Xiaoye suddenly realized that her identity had been exposed and was a little nervous. "Although I am the little demon master, I can swear that what the demon gate did was not my intention. The reputation of the demon gate in the southern part of the dream-broken realm was not good." Suyu looked at the anxious Xie Xiaoye and smiled. "I know. She was just a little demon master who had been in the outer realm for a long time. The evil deeds of the demon gate could not be blamed on her. It's just that your identity is a little scary." It was hard to say how great the influence of the demon sect was. But thinking about it carefully, he shouldn't be any weaker than a descendant of the Time Sovereign. As the little demon lord, Xie Xiaoye's status was indeed too high. To think that she still remembered Suyu, her old friend from the outside world. "No matter how high I am, won't I still be captured by you?" Xie Xiaoye smiled shyly. This was the second time he had been captured by Suyu. It was as if it was destined. Cough cough. Suyu felt that something was amiss in his words, so he coughed dryly and said, "Since you are the little demon master, I should let you go." He couldn't possibly hand Xie Xiaoye over to his adopted sister, right? "No, I was wrong." Thinking back to what she had done, Xie Xiaoye wanted to slap herself. How troublesome. Suyu was the one with the highest number. "Since you're the one who wants the specialty of the evil cult, why can't we talk about it? You can have as many as you want." Xie Xiaoye's crystalline eyes flashed as she said with a smile. Suyu smiled bitterly. He had tried so hard to get to know the higher-ups of the evil cult and search for information about the ancient tomb of the evil cult. In the end, he had known such a person for a long time. He just didn't know about it at all. "Xiaoye, I want to ask you something," Suyu said solemnly. Xie Xiaoye nodded vigorously. "Ask away, I will tell you everything I know. I want to know, where is the ancient tomb of the evil cult?" Suyu asked bluntly. He stared at Xie Xiaoye expectantly. Unfortunately, Xie Xiaoye shook her head. "I just returned to the evil cult not long ago. There are many secrets of the evil cult that haven't been given to me yet, but I can ask my father. He should tell me." Suyu felt a little regretful. "No." He stopped her. "Since the demon master didn't tell you, he must have his reasons. If you ask rashly, it will only backfire." The most serious thing was that the demon master might even suspect Xie Xiaoye, which would eventually implicate her. "I have my own plan." Suyu looked at Xie Xiaoye, a little embarrassed. His plan to capture Elder Xiao Mo was obviously not good for the evil cult. He really couldn't say this in front of the little demon master. You want to capture an insider, don't you? Xie Xiaoye was smart after all. Not only was she not angry, but she was also very supportive of his suggestion. It's best to capture Elder Xiao Mo. Why? Su Yu asked. Xie Xiaoye said contemptuously, Elder Xiao Mo is the least capable but the most ambitious. Although I have no evidence, I can faintly feel that he may not be absolutely loyal to the evil cult. Su Yu nodded slightly. This person was indeed too greedy and jealous of people with abilities. This kind of person would not stay in the last place forever. If there were great benefits from the outside, it was really hard to say whether he would finally join the evil cult. If you can help us get rid of this hidden danger, I will be grateful to you, Xie Xiaoye said with a smile. Su Yu let out a breath and paused. But he is a disciple of the demon master, right? Is it really okay to capture him? He is just a registered disciple, what is there to worry about? Father is also annoyed by him. Xie Xiaoye didn't care. It turned out that when Xiao Mo was not an elder, he had made a great contribution to the evil cult. Therefore, the demon master made an exception and accepted him as a registered disciple. Do you need my help? The little demon master blinked his eyes, looking eager to try. Su Yu shook his head. No, I have already set up a trap. When he falls into it, you don't have to do anything to avoid being suspected. Looking in the direction of the evil cult, Su Yu cupped his hands and sighed. If I had known that you were the little demon master, I would have shown up to catch up with you. Now, I can only say goodbye. Xie Xiaoye also said leisurely, isn't that right? You should go quickly. If Jiyu Mo and the others catch up, they may not listen to my explanation. Moreover, her relationship with Su Yu might not be able to be explained clearly. Goodbye. Xie Xiaoye nodded. Looking at Su Yu's back as he turned around, she had an urge to follow him. However, she understood that her identity was too sensitive, and following Su Yu would only harm him. Forget it, as long as you are safe, so what if I am trapped in the evil cult? She only wanted to escape from the evil cult and save Su Yu. Now that Su Yu was safe, there was no need. Just as she was feeling frustrated, a faint ridicule came from the end of the world. That voice was full of unparalleled power. Su Yu, who was about to walk away, seemed to be petrified. He couldn't move. Xie Xiaoye was even more shocked. She immediately stepped forward and protected Su Yu behind her. She hurriedly said, Father, it's all a misunderstanding. Swish. A blood-red remnant shadow suddenly appeared in front of Xie Xiaoye. It was the figure of a magnificent human. He was dressed in black armor and had a blood-red cloak on his back. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were blue. The most special thing was that there was the word demon written in blood between his eyebrows. From head to toe, he exuded an evil and domineering aura that could destroy all living beings. He was the dark existence that shook the broken dream realm. Demon Master. Chapter 2574. Misunderstanding? The Demon Master looked at Xie Xiaoye in front of Su Yu with a playful expression. What did I misunderstand? Xie Xiaoye was stunned. It seemed that her father did not know that she had been kidnapped. Nothing. Xie Xiaoye tried to cover up. The Demon Master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his eyes naturally looked at Su Yu from head to toe. Human, there is a faintly discernible time domain around you. If I am not mistaken, you are the human Su Yu that my daughter has been yearning for day and night, right? Yearns for day and night. Su Yu looked at Xie Xiaoye, who blushed and said, Father, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I yearn for day and night? Oh. The Demon Master laughed. You are not afraid of anything, but you are afraid that I will expose you in front of Su Yu? It seems that you are really in love. Xie Xiaoye's face became redder and she whispered, Father, really don't talk nonsense anymore. Su Yu and I are very innocent. However, as soon as her voice fell, the Demon Master, who was smiling just now, suddenly became cold. Unfortunately, we demons are not allowed to have feelings. The Demon Master looked at Su Yu with disdain. His gaze was intense as he stared at Su Yu. Su Yu felt a sting in his eyes and had to release the time domain to resist his gaze. However, his gaze was extremely penetrating. After a moment, it pierced through the domain and reached Su Yu's body. The sting began to spread from his eyes to his whole body. If this continued, it was likely that his body would be hurt. Space domain. A universe appeared around his body. The gaze was immediately divided into thousands of rays, radiating in all directions. Oh! Space domain. The demon master was slightly surprised. A person masters two domains at the same time? It is really rare. His voice was like thousands of thunder, blasting at Su Yu. The time domain and the space domain collapsed on the spot. His body was almost destroyed. Before he died, he immediately used the life domain to restore his body in an instant. Interesting, the life domain. The demon master took a step forward, and the life domain collapsed in an instant. The step was like stepping on Su Yu's soul, causing his soul to be in extreme pain. It was a sign that his soul was about to be destroyed. Soul domain. Su Yu had to use the soul domain again to protect his soul. Hihi, another supreme realm. The demon lord let out a long laugh. The laughter pierced through heaven and earth, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Left with no other choice, Su Yu immediately used the death domain to corrode the sound waves. Death domain. The demon lord pointed in the air and destroyed the death domain. The remaining energy was headed straight for Su Yu. Su Yu snorted coldly, and an enormous gate of reincarnation appeared behind him. That wisp of energy experienced reincarnation and was dispersed into the most primitive form of energy. The demon lord's smile deepened as he stretched out two fingers. Su Yu used the creation domain and the destiny domain to diffuse and evade the attack. Finally, the demon master punched Su Yu with his right fist. With a rumbling sound, the shadow of the fist headed straight for Su Yu. 8 great domains. A lotus flower appeared beneath Su Yu's feet. Under his control, the petals of the lotus gradually withered, corresponding to the weakening of that power. When it finally arrived in front of Su Yu, only a faint wisp of it remained, and Su Yu extinguished it with a single pinch. The demon master smiled. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Su Yu. He pointed a finger between Su Yu's eyebrows. A wisp of black demonic energy surged into Su Yu's body. Xie Xiaoye exclaimed, "Father!" She flew over and was about to attack the demon master. However, Su Yu reached out and stopped her. "Don't act rashly. Your father has no ill intentions. With the true strength of the demon master, would it be difficult to kill him? Of course not. He was just testing Su Yu's true identity. Originally, the demon master guessed that Su Yu might be a descendant of the Time Master or the Space Master. However, after many tests, he found out that Su Yu turned out to be the descendant of the ancient god Jiulong. Incredible, the ancient god Jiulong still has a descendant in the world. The demon master was incomparably shocked. Most of his descendants were killed, and a few lucky survivors escaped to the celestial court. But there is still a descendant like you living outside. The demon master looked at Su Yu. The most incredible thing is that without anyone's help, you actually comprehended the 8 great domains by yourself. It's simply nature-defying. Su Yu did not know who the demon master was. However, he seemed to have some understanding of the ancient god Jiulong. Father. Xie Xiaoye stood in front of Su Yu again and stared at him. What do you want to do to him? The demon master smiled and retracted his finger. He shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. A grown girl can't be kept at home. You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already siding with an outsider. I really raised you for nothing. Xie Xiaoye was so angry that her face turned red. If you talk nonsense again, I will disappear again. Ha ha ha. The demon master was very pleased. Since Xie Xiaoye grew up, the relationship between them had been very stiff. The reason was that the demon master was largely responsible for her mother's death. For many years, Xie Xiaoye could not get over it. That was why she ran away from home for many years. However, even after she came back, there was never any conversation between them, let alone laughter. After so many years, this was the first time that Xie Xiaoye had shown such an embarrassed image in front of him. Let's go, human, Go back to the demon clan with me. The demon master said happily, we are all abandoned by the holy mountain and regarded as enemies. You should join the demon clan from now on. I may not be able to give you anything else, but I can still guarantee your safety for a lifetime. Hearing this, Xie Xiaoye looked at Su Yu hesitantly, as if hoping that Su Yu would consider it. The 8-star civilization was not like the small outer region. This place was too dangerous. It was easy to encounter the descendants of the rulers. As the descendant of the ancient god Jiulong, if Su Yu encountered them, he would really die. The world was big, and only the demon clan could protect him. Su Yu smiled and cupped his fists. Thank you for your kindness, demon master, but my ambition is to go further, and I can't stay here. The demon master looked at Su Yu deeply. From Su Yu's eyes, he saw indomitable determination. Such a person, as long as he did not die, would become a great person. Well, I won't force you, but if you are in trouble in the future, you can come to the demon clan. The demon master thought about it and looked at Xie Xiaoye again. However, if there is such a day, I hope you can promise me that you will marry Xiaoye. The demon master looked at the sky and sighed. The end of the era is imminent, and it is unknown whether we can survive this disaster. Therefore, the 60 years in front of them was the only life they had left. He did not want his daughter to have eternal regrets. Su Yu said, I hope this day will not come. If his crisis was so great that he needed the demon master's help, it would be difficult for him to survive. Moreover, he had to marry Xie Xiaoye. It was even more impossible. The relationship between him and Xie Xiaoye should be more of a friend than a man and a woman. Perhaps there was some love between a man and a woman, but after all, it was only a little. Chapter 2575. Xie Xiaoye took a deep look at Su Yu and nodded. Su Yu, we will meet again. Since Su Yu was safe and sound, the outside world and the demonic faction made no difference to her. There was no need to persist in escaping from the demonic faction. Su Yu nodded. Goodbye. Watching the demon master and his daughter leave, Su Yu touched his forehead. Just now, the demon master pointed there, seemingly unintentionally, but it left a pitch-black plum blossom mark. At first glance, it looked like a dancing black flame, somewhat evil. Another favor, Su Yu murmured. The plum blossom mark was nothing else but a pure demonic energy of the demon master himself. Once Su Yu's life was in danger, the plum blossom mark would protect him. Speechless, the demon master gave himself a life-saving gift. Sighing, Su Yu did not leave, but stayed where he was. A few days later, a sneaky figure walked over and bowed respectfully from 1,000 feet away. Greetings, Mr. Su. He held a letter in his hand. Mr. Su is fine. My master is very pleased and specially presents a humble gift. Su Yu took it and opened it. 2 items slipped out of the letter. One was a letter, and the other was a black card. It turned out that Elder Xiao Mo gave Su Yu a transmission portal certificate that was commonly used by the demonic faction. With this item, he could go to any stronghold of the demonic faction and use the interconnected formations there. With the wide range of the demonic faction's strongholds, he could reach any place in the world in a short time. For Su Yu, who was about to return to Nanming City, this card was indeed a great help. Of course, Elder Xiao Mo gave this gift with a request. He hoped that Su Yu could exchange the 9 Serenities crystals with him. The number was 20 billion 9 Serenities crystals. Su Yu raised his eyes and asked the magic zither, does your master have so many time crystals? Even if Elder Xiao Mo was a registered disciple of the demon master, it was impossible for one person to have so much wealth, right? Unless Elder Xiao Mo had a more powerful backer behind him. Master said that Mr. Su has your own secrets, and so does he. Mr. Su, please don't get to the bottom of it, the magic zither responded respectfully and humbly. Su Yu looked indifferent and said, 20 billion is too much. I need time to prepare. We will meet here in 2 years to trade. He gave the magic zither an address. 2 years later, they came to trade. The magic Qin was overjoyed. He had finally completed the mission his master had given him. I'll definitely bring it. After watching him leave, Su Yu stood up. The reason why he remained where he was because he was waiting for Elder Xiao Mo's men to arrive. As expected. Now, he only had to wait for the deal in 2 years. Su Yu turned around and walked toward Nanming City. With the proof of the demon sect, his journey was much smoother. Time was greatly reduced. The journey that should have taken 5 years only took half a year to reach the nearest city to Nanming City, Tianqi Palace. To think that after so many years, I would come to the Heavenly Awakening Palace again, Su Yu muttered softly. The experience of coming here to participate in the Heavenly Awakening banquet was still vivid in his mind. During this period, they were also attacked by the demon sect. He never thought that he would be related to the master of the demon sect. Fate really made fools of people. However, he wanted to rush to southern Ming City as soon as possible, so he went straight to the teleportation hall. Perhaps it was because the supreme sect had been annihilated, causing the nearby living beings to be terrified and uneasy, causing all the living beings in the area to be anxious to leave this area. As a result, the Tianqi Palace was overcrowded. Even though Su Yu had bought the proof to use the teleportation, he had to queue for 3 days and 3 nights before it was finally his turn to use the teleportation. But just as Su Yu was about to step onto the teleportation, a young man in a grey robe came out from the ground, rushing forward first. Su Yu creased his brows. Go back and queue. Everyone else patiently queued up, but this person cut the queue. The young man in the grey robe did not turn around, calmly saying, I have an urgent matter. What a joke. Who in the queue did not have urgent matters? Why was everyone patiently queuing up, but this person cut the queue? Cutting the queue was fine, but he did not say a word, rudely occupying the teleportation without even greeting anyone. If he really had an urgent matter, Su Yu might have let him go first if they had a good chat. But it was as if it was only natural for him to cut the queue. Come down, Su Yu calmly said. The young man in the grey robe did not care, activating the teleportation, preparing to teleport away. Su Yu grunted, stepping forward to grab his shoulder and pull him down. The young man in the grey robe was prepared, but Su Yu's shocking strength made him unable to resist. He was forcefully pulled back by Su Yu's palm, almost falling to the ground. The young man in the grey robe was furious, turning around to scold Su Yu. I said I have an urgent matter. Are you sick? Slap! Su Yu punched him in the face without giving it a second thought. The young man in the grey robe had a decent cultivation level, at the early stage of nirvana. Seeing Su Yu's punch coming at him, he leaned to the side, preparing to retaliate. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Yu's body's speed suddenly doubled. It was as if the time around him had sped up. The young man in the grey robe did not manage to dodge the seemingly simple attack, and was hit in the face. He spat out a mouthful of blood, flying sideways into the wall of the great hall. Cutting the queue and still acting so righteously, you are a rare sight. Su Yu retracted his fist, standing on the teleportation, coldly saying, if you are not convinced, come again. I will beat you until you are convinced. The young man in the grey robe crawled up, his face covered in dirt. His face was filled with deep annoyance, and he took out a stone from his chest. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. The stone was entirely red, with 2 words carved on it. Xiaohao. The token of Great Emperor Xiaohao's follower. He is Great Emperor Xiaohao's man. Hualala. In an instant, the crowd retreated like a tide, fearing this person as if he were a ferocious tiger. Great Emperor Xiaohao's reputation was evident. Only Su Yu stood calmly with his arms crossed, activating the teleportation as if there was no one else around. Are you blind? Get down here. Seeing Su Yu's indifference, the young man in the grey robe scolded. He really wondered if there was something wrong with Su Yu. Seeing the identity token given by Great Emperor Xiaohao, Su Yu did not react at all. Only then did Su Yu look at him, calmly saying, like master, like dog. I am not surprised that you are Xiaohao's man. Only Xiaohao's men would be so arrogant. How dare you insult Xiaohao? The young man in the grey robe's eyes turned cold. Su Yu calmly said, so what if I do? Are you going to come up and hit me? The young man in the grey robe's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Su Yu's abilities were obviously higher than his. Going up to him would just be asking for trouble. I will remember you. You will not live long for insulting Xiaohao. The young man in the grey robe snorted. Suyu shrugged. Whatever. Remember me. After saying this, he disappeared from the teleportation world. When he reappeared, he was in Nanming City. He immediately went to the Empress's Great Hall. Where is the Empress? Suyu entered the Great Hall, but he could not see Empress Star Rain, nor could he sense her presence. Chapter 2576. Shua, an elderly Earth Path Master, appeared, and respectfully said, replying to Lord Su, the Empress is currently in a secret chamber, receiving the emissary of the ruler. So it was in a secret room. No wonder his aura was isolated. However, Suyu raised his brows. Emissary of the Lord? Why would he visit the Empress's residence? Could it be what the Devil Lord had said, that the descendants of the chief sovereign of time had begun to fight for the world? Did the Time Dominus specially send an emissary to convey his will to his descendants? He waited patiently for a moment, and Empress Star Rain's aura appeared. The latter also sensed Suyu's presence and immediately rushed over. From afar, he saw an exquisite and beautiful girl with long golden hair running over happily and throwing herself into his arms. Brother, you're finally back. I thought you'd never come back. Suyu stroked her smooth golden hair and said gently, since I promised you, I will surely come back. Come, let me give you a gift. Suyu pulled the Empress Star Rain along with him and headed toward an empty side palace. Queen Star Rain was looking forward to it. She asked curiously, Big brother, what are you going to give me? Suyu smiled, then took out a pitch-black stone. Upon seeing this item, the Star Rain Empress screamed in astonishment, 3rd grade 9 Serenity's crystal? Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen it. Suyu smiled but did not speak. He still had many more in his hands, and this was just one of them. I like it very much. Thank you, big brother. Queen Star Rain accepted it, but there was a hint of melancholy on her face. Suyu had wanted to tell him that he still had a lot. However, the abnormality interrupted Suyu's thoughts. What is the emissary of the chief sovereign of time doing here? Only the emissary could cause Empress Star Rain to frown. Empress Star Rain leaned weakly against the wall, a hollow smile on her delicate face. There's a problem with my abyssal crystal mine. Father sent someone down to supervise me, Star Rain Empress said bitterly. Be specific. The Star Rain Empress said unhurriedly, we, the descendants of the Time Sovereign, will regularly transport 9 Serenity's crystals to the sacred region. However, the last batch I transported was robbed by an unknown force midway. My father was furious and accused me of not being diligent. He also sent an envoy to the entire city to monitor all my actions and urged me to seize the time to mine. The 9 nether crystal ore was robbed. And at this critical juncture, was there a need to ask who did it? Xiaohao was the biggest suspect. What if I can't gather enough crystals of 9 underworlds? Suyu asked. Empress Star Rain smiled bitterly. Then strip me of my Empress status and demote me back to a commoner. Her identity as Empress was the only capital she had to compete with the other rulers of time. If even this identity was taken away, what right did she have to compete? She could only sit at home and wait for the new ruler of time to be born and her tragic fate of being absorbed. Don't worry, I'll think of a way. Suyu had a large number of 9 nether crystals in his hands, and the amount was enough to satisfy the Time Master's request this time. Queen Star Rain forced a smile. Thank you. In fact, she had never counted on Suyu. Suyu was born among the common people and had no foundation. Where could he find such a huge amount of 9 underworld's crystals? He was probably just comforting her, right? The Star Rain Empress forced herself to be spirited, and said, Don't worry, I already have the means to get enough 9 underworld's crystals, and it's enough to deal with this crisis. After all, she was the Empress of a generation. After so many years of operation, it was impossible for there to be no precautionary measures. As long as he had a certain amount of time, he would be able to gather enough 9th hell crystals once more. Suyu thought about it and said, All right, if there are any difficulties, let me know. Since the Star Rain Empress did not need the 9 underworld's crystals for the time being, he would save his share for last, just in case. Brother, you rest, I'll go prepare the 9 underworld's crystals. The Star Rain Empress was a little tired. She had been preparing for several months. Every day, like a prisoner, she had to first report the progress to the emissary of the Time Master. Your body is the most important. Su Yu watched her leave, then turned his eyes to where the descendant of the Time Master was. In the depths of the 9 heavens, a pair of eyes looked down from top to bottom, quietly overlooking the earth. In a secret chamber, a middle-aged man in official robes with a dignified expression walked out. He looked around furtively and came to a corner of the Empress Hall. With a light pat of his palm on the wall in the corner, the formation of the Empress Hall was easily opened, and a sneaky grey-robed youth was allowed in. The grey-robed youth was none other than the youth Su Yu had met at the transportation portal of the Tianqi Palace to cut in line. "Why did you come back so late?" the middle-aged man in official robes asked in a low voice. The latter said unhappily, "I met a fearless fool who wasted my time." "How did it go?" the middle-aged man asked. The grey-robed youth chuckled. "Don't you trust me? How many 9 underworld's crystals does that silly princess have? I gave her not many, so she will never be able to gather all of them." "Okay, go set it up. Don't let anyone know." "Okay." They had no idea that the eyes above the heavens were watching their entire interaction. Su Yu slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes shone with a cold light. Something was wrong. The emissary of the Time Master had really been bribed by Xiaohao. With Su Yu's understanding of Xiaohao's behavior, this person was also very good at setting up traps. Since he had the ability to rob the Star Rain Empress of the 9 underworld's crystals, he would certainly not give the Star Rain Empress any chance to turn the tables. Therefore, Su Yu knew that the emissary of the Time Master had ill intentions. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. "Xingyu, oh, Xingyu, just watch a good show," Su Yu murmured. Suddenly, he had a thought. He left the Empress's mansion and went to the outskirts. A female corpse wearing a bamboo hat walked out from the dense shadows of a giant ancient tree. "I didn't let you down, and I successfully completed the task." The female corpse extended her hand. There was a space storage device in her palm. Su Yu took it and scanned it. He immediately discovered the black feather gate that the demonic empress of the 9 underworlds had. However, the demonic empress of the 9 underworlds was actually inside. What happened? The split soul told him everything in detail. Hearing this, Su Yu was surprised. He had unintentionally subdued the demonic empress of the 9 underworld. Su Yu had witnessed her power with his own eyes. At her peak, she was even stronger than the 10 great underground masters in the mansion of the Star Rain Empress. "Well done," Su Yu praised. At the same time, he once again split a bit of his soul into the female corpse's body to replenish the soul that was about to dissipate. "Hide in Nanming City. I'll need you soon," Su Yu said. "Yes." The female corpse immediately accepted the order and left. Su Yu returned to the Empress's hall with the space storage device in his hand. Chapter 2577. Since the demonic empress of the 9 nether demonic empress had already been subdued, the seal she had placed on her was easily removed and replaced with Su Yu's blood essence. As such, both the black and white doors were now under Su Yu's control. Then, Su Yu looked at the charming empress of the 9 nether and said, "Your injuries are quite severe." With a flick of his finger, an emerald green leaf fused into the 9 nether demonic empress heart. The leaf continuously provided pitilessly powerful life energy, helping the 9 nether demonic empress recover her dying body. His injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the charming empress of the 9 nether demonic empress was able to stand up. She stood respectfully in front of Su Yu, not daring to move recklessly. "What do you want to say?" The 9th nether demonic empress said, "From today onwards, I pledge my life to follow Master." Su Yu replied calmly, "Pledging to follow me till death is useless. When I no longer need you, I will set you free." Looking at the spatial storage artifact in the 9 nether succubus empress's hand, he secretly guessed that the 9 nether crystals inside should be quite a bit more than the one in Coldfeather. As if she had sensed Su Yu's gaze, the demonic empress of the 9 nether demonic empress did not dare hesitate. She removed the spatial storage device and stuffed it into Su Yu's hand. "This is Master's." Suyu took it and scanned its contents. He was slightly surprised. Oh! A fragment of ancient god Nine Nether's claw? He took out a fragment that emitted powerful netherworld energy. It was an item that belonged to ancient god Nine Nether. The ninth Nether demonic empress sighed silently. For this item, the Phoenix King had fought with her for 1,000 years. In the end, it ended up benefiting a human. However, just as she was thinking about this, Suyu threw the fragment back to her and said, "It's better for you to use it. You will be able to bring out its full potential." What? The demonic empress of the Nine Nether demonic empress accepted it in disbelief. "Master, you don't want it." This was a fragment of ancient god Netherworld's claw. Once he obtained it, he would definitely be able to erupt with astonishing power. Suyu had actually returned. Did he not understand the preciousness of this item? The treasure needs to be given to the right person to use, and you are more suitable than me, Suyu said calmly. If the fragment was given to Suyu, he would only be able to unleash 1% of its power. However, the charming queen of the Nine Nether demonic empress was able to unleash at least 30% of her power. "Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? If that happens, you will lose both your money and your life," the demonic empress of the Ninth Nether said as she looked at Suyu. Suyu replied calmly, "Don't doubt the person you use, and don't use the person you doubt. Just take it and use it." With the restriction that he had personally set up, he did not fear the betrayal of the demonic empress. The latter nodded. "However, I will take all of your 9 Serenities crystals," Suyu said. The number of 9 Serenities crystals inside was already an astronomical figure. Most of them were plucked from the abyss. Not only were they of higher quality, but there were also more of them. "Master, feel free to take them. Those things are just ores that we collected out of boredom. We don't even know what they are for," the charming queen of the Ninth Nether demonic empress said nonchalantly. Suyu nodded. "Come to my storage space and take care of your body. If I need you, I will let you out to help me." "Yes, Master." The Ninth Nether demonic empress replied respectfully before entering the spatial storage device. He had obtained the Black Feather Gate, a huge amount of netherworld crystals, and the demonic empress. Suyu's confidence was boosted. "Xiaohao, it seems like our duel will come soon." In the next few days, under the control of the Empress Star Rain, all the shops, banks, and influences in Nanming City that she controlled gathered the netherworld crystals that they had accumulated. A month later, the total amount of netherworld crystals had reached 50 billion. The Empress Star Rain, who had been frowning for the past few days, heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "Brother, what do you think? Isn't my technique of splitting the whole into parts very powerful?" It turned out that the Empress Star Rain had anticipated this day a long time ago. Therefore, she did not hand over all of the netherworld crystals that she had obtained. Instead, she kept the surplus and distributed it. She would only gather them when she needed them. Now, this precaution had finally come in handy. "Let's go and let the emissary have a look," the Empress Star Rain said confidently. Before long, they came before the emissary. The Empress Star Rain held the spatial storage device in her hand and said, "Emissary, please make an inventory." The emissary immediately inspected it carefully. After a while, he confirmed, "Yes, not bad. The netherworld crystals are worth 50 billion. Without waiting for the Empress Star Rain to heave a sigh of relief, the emissary continued, "However, the Empress, please take good care of them. If you lose them again, I'm afraid the Creator will really dismiss you from your position." The Empress Star Rain said solemnly, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, emissary." The emissary sighed. "Since you have gathered enough netherworld crystals, my mission is complete. I shall take my leave now." He was unusually carefree and did not drag his feet in the slightest. The Empress Star Rain pretended to urge him to stay a few times, but he insisted on leaving. Only then did the Empress Star Rain let him go. After he left, the Empress Star Rain was like a little bird freed from its cage, cheering and jumping for joy. "Ha ha ha, he's finally gone." These days, she had been monitored and reported to every day, which had worried her to death. Now, she was finally free. Suyu smiled and did not expose the emissary's ill intentions. Now that he had left so carefreely, There must be a greater conspiracy waiting for him. Star Rain, if you encounter anything in the future, remember to prioritize your life, understand? Suyu reminded her profoundly. The Empress Star Rain nodded, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. I understand, brother. Let's go. Let's drink to celebrate. Suyu had no choice but to be dragged to the pavilion to drink. I heard that the competition between the descendants of the Time Master is about to begin? Suyu asked. The Empress Star Rain nodded. Soon. It will definitely begin in 10 years, or at most 20 years. How will they compete? Will they kill each other? Suyu pondered. Who knows? The Empress Star Rain said bitterly, the rules are set by the Time Master. As long as he is happy, he can change the rules however he wants. Suyu pondered. If that was the case, the competition would be more difficult. Because it was impossible to set a plan, they could only improvise on the spot. All right, if I can help you, I won't refuse, Suyu said. In the dead of night. The Empress Star Rain was drowsy after drinking. Suyu stood with his arms crossed, waiting outside her room. Nothing could escape Suyu's senses. In the middle of the night, Suyu's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light shot out of them. He sensed an extremely obscure aura slowly approaching the Empress Star Rain. Little Kailin, Suyu bellowed. The little Kailin immediately came out and hid in a corner. Closer. Even closer. With a crash, someone broke in through the window and broke into the Empress Star Rain's room. Suyu flashed over immediately. Without hesitation, he activated the heaven-destroying seal. A destructive power of the Pathmaster came crashing down. The attacker was obviously not prepared for Suyu to possess such a powerful object. Chapter 2578. However, the sneak attacker's strength was astonishing. Under the Heaven Destroyer seal, he was only lightly injured. He rolled on the ground and ran away. Suyu immediately gave chase. However, just as she was about to give chase, another figure barged in. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he snatched the spatial storage device from Empress Star Rain's hand. However, Empress Star Rain, who was clearly drunk, suddenly opened her clear eyes. Without thinking, she crushed a jade talisman. Although the jade talisman wasn't as high-grade as the incense pouch that Tao Master Tian used to protect himself, the power contained within it far surpassed that of an ordinary Tao Master. The second ambusher was immediately hit and vomited blood. He was instantly heavily injured by Queen Star Rain. He dragged his injured body and ran away in a panic. However, before Empress Star Rain could give chase, the entire roof shattered with a rumble. A third Tao Lord expert appeared, grabbing Empress Star Rain's wrist and seizing her spatial storage tool. The Star Rain Empress was shocked, and just as she was about to fight him to the death, Suyu's warning suddenly appeared in her mind. Their lives were the most important. Left with no choice, he could only allow the other party to snatch away his spatial storage device. However, just as the other party escaped, the little Kailin, who was already prepared, scuttled out from the darkness and opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of 9 nether jade flames. The Tunnel Master couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on by the 9 nether jade fire. He screamed miserably as he was burned. This voice. Clearly, Empress Star Rain recognized the origin of the voice and was furious. However, the other party was a Tunnel Master after all, and it was not something that could be killed by a single 9 nether jade fire. Although the other party was injured, he still managed to escape. When the Star Rain Empress chased after him, the other party had already escaped without a trace. Not long after, Suyu also returned. The heaven decimating seal in his hand was still burning hot. It could be seen that he had used the heaven decimating seal many times during the chase. Unfortunately, the other party was too strong, and the heaven destroying seal was unable to do anything. My abyssal crystal. Queen Star Rain squatted on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. The 9 nether crystals that she had prepared for many years was snatched away by someone again. If word of this got back to the hegemon, she would definitely lose her position as empress. Why are you crying? It's just a few 9 underworld's crystals. Suyu patted her back. Empress Star Rain raised her head. She wanted to laugh, but she really couldn't. How could that be a bit of netherworld crystal? It was a 9 underworlds crystal worth 50 billion. Where could he find them now? Why don't you take a look at this? Suyu took out a spatial storage artifact and placed it in front of the Star Rain Empress. What? Empress Star Rain was disappointed. Suyu chuckled. Won't you know once you look inside? Queen Star Rain opened her teary eyes and looked inside. But after a glance, Queen Star Rain was so astonished that she jumped up from the ground. Netherworld crystal? So many netherworld crystals. The amount inside was just right, worth exactly 50 billion. This is the one I lost. No. Empress Star Rain's 9 Serenities crystal was generally not of a high grade. However, the grade of the 9 underworlds crystals here was shockingly high. The highest was rank 3, and the lowest was rank 6. It's you. Empress Star Rain opened her small mouth wide and looked at Suyu in disbelief. Thousands of questions surfaced in his mind. Where did Suyu get so many 9 underground crystals? Let's watch a good show. Suyu laughed softly. It seemed to be verifying Suyu's words. The next morning, the emissary of the master who had left came back panting. His face was livid, and he scolded, Empress Star Rain, you have disappointed the master. You lost the important netherworld crystal for the second time. Although Empress Star Rain was simple, she was not too stupid. She had strictly ordered the people in the mansion not to tell anyone about the loss of the netherworld crystal. How did the emissary know? Besides, hadn't he already left? How could he suddenly get the news and rush back? It seemed like the emissary had already known in advance that the netherworld crystal would be lost for the second time. I have to enforce the law impartially and report to the master that Empress Star Rain has been incompetent and has repeatedly lost the netherworld crystal, the emissary said angrily and immediately took out the communication jade. Empress Star Rain finally understood why Suyu had asked her to watch a good show. This emissary was really putting on an act. She slowly took out the space storage device and said with a faint smile, "Who said the netherworld crystal was lost? My netherworld crystal has always been with me. I don't know who told the emissary that my netherworld crystal had been lost." The emissary laughed angrily. "Empress, you don't have to hide it anymore. I already know." Empress Star Rain smiled. She tapped her spatial storage device with her finger, and it immediately opened. 9 Serenities crystals, which were as tall as mountains, tumbled out. If the hall had not been enormous, it would have collapsed from the pressure. The emissary was dumbfounded and could not believe the scene in front of him. You. The emissary was so shocked that he could not speak. Did Empress Star Rain have a backup plan? Impossible. But the netherworld crystal before him left him speechless. Emissary, you must report the truth and put in a good word for me in front of my father. Empress Star Rain stared at the emissary's face, her heart blooming with joy. The emissary took back the jade. His face flickered with uncertainty for a while, and he cupped his fists and said, "Since the netherworld crystal was not lost, then I shall take my leave." He was about to leave, his face covered in dirt. But Suyu stopped him. "Emissary, don't be impatient. I want to give you a gift." At that time, in the suburbs, an injured black-robed man sneaked out of the city. "I've got it. Give it to Great Emperor Xiaohao," the black-robed man said to the air. A young man in a grey robe emerged from the darkness and took the space storage device from the black-robed man's hand. He glanced inside and found that there were 50 billion netherworld crystals. Haha, I've said it before. That silly empress was digging for nothing. She would only be helping Great Emperor Xiaohao's disciple. The young man in the grey robe chuckled. He put away the space storage device and said, "Well, this trip was not in vain. Let's wait and see Empress Star Rain be deposed from her throne. When that time comes, she won't live for long, even without Great Emperor Xiaohao's help." Many forces were secretly hostile to the descendants of the Time Master. If the Star Rain Empress lost her greatest support, the position of Empress, who knew how many forces would emerge from the shadows to kill her. "Let's go." He put on his bamboo hat with satisfaction and prepared to leave the southern part of the Dreambreak realm secretly. But after a few steps, he did not hear any movement behind him. He could not help but look back. "Let's go, what are you waiting for?" However, The pupils of the young man in the grey robe contracted little by little. Because the strong underworld master in his eyes was standing there motionlessly. On his chest, a bloody palm pierced through his back and pinched his heart in the palm. As he clenched his fist, the heart was crushed. The strong underworld master fell to the ground and died immediately, revealing a woman wearing a bamboo hat behind him. "Who are you?" The young man in the grey robe swallowed hard. Chapter 2579. The grey-robed youth was dumbfounded. When did he say that he would remember her? But in Tianqi Palace's transportation hall, he had met a small character who didn't know when to advance or retreat, and that person had threatened him. "It's good that you've forgotten. Come with me," the woman in the bamboo hat said calmly. The grey-robed young man's eyes flashed, and he obediently followed the latter's footsteps. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly crushed a space talisman. A huge spatial fluctuation radiated from it and swept the grey-robed young man away. "Hee. There's no way I'd follow you." The grey-robed young man sneered. However, the next moment, he couldn't smile anymore. The woman in the bamboo hat pressed down with her finger and forcefully suppressed the spatial fluctuations, preventing him from teleporting. At the same time, she slowly exerted force with her fingers, and the spatial fluctuations showed signs of tearing. The grey-robed young man was so frightened that he immediately jumped out. Otherwise, he would be torn apart by the distorted spatial fluctuations. The woman in the bamboo hat smiled faintly. "What did you say just now?" The grey-robed young man's face was as red as a pig's liver. He stammered, I should go with you." "That's right. Just follow me." The woman in the bamboo hat smiled faintly and turned around to leave. The grey-robed young man's heart was pounding. Just what cultivation level is this woman in the bamboo hat at? At the very least, it should be at the level of a tunnel lord, right? In front of this woman, he had no room to resist. Thus, he could only obediently follow the bamboo-hatted woman back. Moreover, he had returned to the place that the grey-robed young man was least willing to go to. "Queen's Palace. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet someone." The woman in the bamboo hat grabbed his arm. After the world spun around them, the two of them appeared in the courtyard of the Empress Hall. Su Yu, the Empress, and the emissary were among them. When the emissary saw the grey-robed young man, his eyelids twitched violently. He suppressed his guilty conscience, and asked with a serious expression, "What is Empress Star Rain doing?" Actually, Empress Star Rain didn't understand either. She looked at Su Yu. "It's nothing. It's just that my men have captured a criminal who stole the Empress 9 Serenities crystal." As he spoke, the bamboo-hatted woman swiped her finger across the grey-robed young man's body and immediately found a spatial storage device. That storage device was the one that had been stolen from the Empress just now. Empress Star Rain snatched it back. She was both shocked and angry. "Who ordered you to do this?" The grey-robed young man avoided his gaze and did not say a word. The woman in the bamboo hat chuckled and patted her head. A memory image jumped out from her mind and projected into the air. Memories flowed backward. From being captured by the woman outside the city, to making a deal with the masked tunnel master, to claiming to be Emperor Xiaohao's man. Any further and it would be the scene of him colluding with the emissary. "Enough!" The emissary hurriedly shouted. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Colluding with outsiders to steal the descendant of the ruler of Chaos's 9 Serenities crystal. This was a crime that could result in the death of one's entire family. Once it was confirmed, not only would he die, his family, his dependents, and his bloodline descendants would all die. Under the cover of his loose official robe, his body had already begun to tremble. Su Yu said indifferently, "Why? Does the envoy have something to say?" The emissary put on a brave front and said, "You've clearly lost the 9 nether crystal, yet you used a fake to deceive me. I'm going to report this matter to the Overlord." Empress Star Rain wasn't stupid. She narrowed her eyes. There was already conclusive evidence in the projection of her memory that it was Emperor Xiaohao who had ordered people to rob her of her netherworld crystal. But the emissary before her had turned a blind eye to it. Instead, he had seized on her and Su Yu to deceive him, refusing to let him off the hook by using a space storage device that had been prepared in advance. However, Empress Star Rain was smart enough not to interrupt. This was Su Yu's plan, and he should understand it the best. She shouldn't interrupt and disrupt his plans. Su Yu said indifferently, "If I didn't deceive him, how could the Lord Emissary have the patience to wait for us to capture the real suspect? He would probably be eager to report Empress Star Rain's second mistake to the Overlord." The emissary's face remained cold. Humph. Deceiving the emissary is the same as deceiving the Overlord. You can't escape the death penalty. He pretended to continue reporting. Su Yu laughed coldly. "I've given you face, and you still don't want it." As soon as he finished speaking, the bamboo-hatted lady released the projection of the grey-robed youth's memory once again. This scene was indeed the scene of the grey-robed youth and the emissary hiding in the dark, colluding together. The specific details of the conversation were clear at a glance. Empress Star Rain's eyes widened, filled with murderous intent. Guards. Several tunnel masters rushed over. "Empress, please give us your orders. This man colluded with criminals to rob the descendants of the Overlord. Capture him alive immediately and hand him over to the Overlord." Swish. In front of the tunnel masters, the emissary was immediately pressed to the ground. It was only at this moment that he finally revealed his fear. Shivering, he said, spare me, Empress." Empress Star Rain laughed angrily. What was called refusing to shed a tear until one saw the coffin? This emissary was one. The grey-robed youth had already been captured, and he still dared to show off in front of her, trying to bluff his way out. He was really reckless. "Take him away." Empress Star Rain was furious. "Hold on." Su Yu stopped her. Empress Star Rain raised her brows. "Why? He's so audacious. He even dared to plot against me." Su Yu said calmly, "Let me ask you first. Can you contact the Overlord?" Empress Star Rain nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we can talk directly once a year." "Great." Only then did he look at the emissary. "I'll give you and your 9 generations a chance to live." He tried to lie on the ground, pleading, "Please say it." With a wave of his hand, Su Yu recorded the projection. Of course, the part where the emissary and the grey-robed youth conspired against each other was temporarily cut off and kept in Su Yu's hand. As long as Empress Star Rain used the annual conversation opportunity to send this projection over, the emissary and his 9 generations would definitely be annihilated. Send the projection of Great Emperor Xiaohao framing Empress Star Rain to the Overlord, Su Yu said calmly. He could have directly killed the emissary and the grey-robed youth. The reason why he had gone through so much trouble was to find some trouble for Xiaohao, lest he was too leisurely and kept targeting Empress Star Rain. "No. Xiaohao will definitely kill me." The emissary shuddered. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he reported Xiaohao personally. Xiaohao's vengeful character would definitely turn him into ashes. "I can also wipe out your 9 generations." Su Yu waved the projection in his hand. The emissary's face turned pale, and he kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Empress, please spare me. I have my parents, and I have." Su Yu didn't waver. He handed the projection to Empress Star Rain. "Send it to your father." When the emissary framed the Empress, why didn't he think about her future? Without the position of Empress, Empress Star Rain wouldn't live long. Why did he ask others to think about his people? If he really cared about his people, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. If he didn't cherish his people, why should others cherish them? Chapter 2580. Naturally, Empress Star Rain understood this logic. Without any sympathy, she took out an exquisite mirror. As long as he activated it, he would be able to connect to a sovereign. Wait. When the emissary saw that begging for mercy was useless, he trembled as he activated the jade talisman that connected him to the sovereign. He transmitted the memories of the grey-robed youth over and reported the truth. He said that Xiaohao was the one who had interfered, and he asked the sovereign to punish him severely. After he was done, he lay on the ground powerlessly, his heart filled with despair. He knew that he was not far from death. "Get lost," Su Yu said calmly. It was better for such a person to perish on his own. Killing him would only dirty his hands. As for the grey-robed youth, Su Yu calmly said, since Xiaohao placed so much importance on this person, he must have many important things in his memory. We must not miss this opportunity. Empress Star Rain understood tacitly and immediately ordered her subordinates to continue extracting his memories. Also, it's time to clean up the traitors around you, he said coldly as his gaze swept across the 10 tunnel masters. When Empress Star Rain was ambushed, none of the 10 Pathmasters had appeared. What was even stranger was that those Earthmasters were actually able to enter the Empress main hall as if there was no one there, and were not obstructed at all. Were the 10 Dao Masters in front of him just for show? Empress Star Rain's eyes flashed coldly. Naturally, she would not overlook this point. As expected, there was indeed a problem under the investigation. The 10 Dao Lords had always been in the vicinity of the Star Rain Empress. The reason why they didn't notice it immediately was because someone among them had secretly used a special formation. That array formation was called Silent Silence. There were no fluctuations or forms, so no one could sense it. Its effect was to shield one's senses. Therefore, even though the Star Rain Empress, Su Yu, and the small Kylin were engaged in an intense battle with the attacker, the latter was completely unaware of it. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that it was done by one of the tunnel masters. It turned out that he had long since pledged his allegiance to Xiaohao and was secretly working for Xiaohao. Take her away. Empress Star Rain was trembling with rage, but she was even more terrified. She subconsciously moved closer to Su Yu's side, and only then did she feel a sense of security. Even the guards who had protected him for many years had Xiaohao as a spy. Who else could he trust? It could only be Su Yu. If Su Yu had not intervened, it would have been difficult for her to escape. Even if she was lucky enough to escape, with a traitor around, it would be hard for her to escape next time. Su Yu patted his shoulder. I'm here. In terms of domains, Su Yu might not reach Xiaohao's level yet. However, when it came to scheming, Xiaohao was far inferior to Su Yu. I've already made arrangements, Su Yu said calmly. Once the competition for the descendants of the Creator begins, he will surely be the first to die. Empress Star Rain bit her red lips, her heart full of gratitude. Brother, what if the day comes when you and I are the only ones left fighting for the position of Sovereign Lord's descendant? She looked deeply into Su Yu's eyes. If that day really came, she didn't know if she would have the heart to do it. Su Yu was secretly amused. That day will never come. That was because he wasn't a descendant of the Time Master at all. If only one of us can survive, I hope that it will be you, Su Yu said softly as he stroked her head. Empress Star Rain was moved, and tears fell from her eyes like rain. Big brother. She was indescribably touched. Moreover, a strange thought flashed through his mind. How good would it be if he wasn't her blood-related brother? When she came back to her senses, she was startled by her own thoughts. How could I have such a ridiculous thought? Empress Star Rain touched her cheeks. Have I been too busy lately, and my mind is in a mess? Shaking her head, Empress Star Rain pulled Su Yu into the secret room. She took out a map, on which various peculiar objects were marked. Each of them was of a very high grade. Without exception, they were all heavenly law masters. Among them, there were offensive objects, defensive objects, and auxiliary objects. There was a complete variety of objects, and it had everything. Below each object, there was a number. What is this? Su Yu asked. Judging from the color of the map, it should be quite old. Every descendant of the Creator gets this illustration when they are born, Empress Star Rain said bitterly. A hint of bitterness appeared on Empress Star Rain's face. This diagram depicts 49 treasures personally refined by the hegemon. Let's call the number below the treasures contribution points. As long as the descendant has enough contribution points, he can inform the Creator, and the Creator will send someone to deliver a treasure. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then asked, are the treasures used to fight for the position of the Creator? Yes. You can only exchange for the treasures in the illustration before the fight for the position of the Creator begins. Every treasure inside is very powerful, and if you can't get it, you won't have any chance of winning. Empress Star Rain pointed to the last treasure with the lowest contribution points. This is the Mother-Child Starfall, and its power is comparable to a strike from a junior heavenly law master. If the lowest grade of treasure was so powerful, one could only imagine how powerful the higher grade treasures were. Su Yu asked, How many contribution points have you accumulated all these years? The mother-child starfall required 300 contribution points. Empress Starrain had been managing the southern part of the Dream-Broken Realm for many years, so her contribution points should be enough, right? She smiled bitterly, and held up 3 fingers. Combined with her expression, it was obvious that it wasn't 300. 30. Suyu's heart sank. Empress Starrain nodded. Only 30. How many people can't reach the requirement of 300? Suyu asked again. Empress Starrain lowered her head, and raised 1 finger guiltily. 10. Suyu pondered. If that was the case, it wasn't too bad. There were at least 10 people who couldn't even exchange for the lowest grade of treasure. It's only 1. Empress Starrain's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Even she couldn't hear what she said. Suyu was stunned. The only 1? It had to be Empress Starrain. All the descendants of the creator had powerful treasures to exchange for. Only Empress Starrain didn't. Then what was the point of fighting? She could just sit and wait for death. Can I choose another descendant of the creator as a partner? Suyu asked with a dark face. Empress Starrain's face was burning, and she said weakly, I'm the youngest descendant, and I've only been in charge of the southern part of the Dream-Broken Realm for a short time. Naturally, I can't compete with my brothers. Besides, my time bloodline hasn't been awakened, and I can't accept many contribution missions, so, Suyu looked helpless. Hey, you really know how to make things difficult for me, Suyu sighed. Tell me, how can I get contribution points? Empress Starrain had only accumulated 30 contribution points in 100 years. To reach 300 within 20 years before the start of the competition was extremely difficult. There are many ways. First, you have to deliver the 9 Serenities crystals on time. The more you deliver, the higher the contribution points. Next, you have to use the domain of time to craft the embryo of the treasure sent by the sacred city. Next, you have to manage the territory, and you will be graded according to the situation. Chapter 2581. For example, transporting the Netherworld crystals. Over the past 100 years, the Starrain Empress had transported the 9 Serenities crystals no less than 10 times, and the total value of the 9 Serenities crystals she had used was more than 500 billion. However, the contribution points he obtained were only 30. You can only get 3 contribution points each time. Suyu had some 9 nether crystals with him, but their value was far less than 500 billion. Moreover, even if he had so many, he could only exchange for 30 points. Including what Queen Starrain already had, he only had 60 points. So it was practically impossible to rely on 9th Hell crystals to obtain contribution points in a short period of time. However, it was still feasible to use the time domain to refine some magic treasure embryos. As for governing the territory, Suyu also had some ideas about it. There are still many ways, aren't there? Queen Starrain blinked and said guiltily. Suyu laughed angrily. That's right. You have so many ways, but you only managed to get 30 contribution points in 100 years. There is a reason for that, Queen Starrain said with a dry cough. Now that things had come to this, Suyu could not blame anyone. First, tell me, what is the embryonic treasure that the hegemon asked your descendants to refine using the time domain? Empress Starrain carefully took out a spatial storage device. After opening it, a rather large platform came into view. Suyu recognized it at a glance and was slightly startled. The evil crossing lotus seat. That gigantic platform was the embryonic form of the evil crossing lotus throne. You know him? Queen Starrain was surprised. This item was rare. In fact, it should be extremely rare. Is there a way to refine this item? Suyu's eyes flickered as he asked. Not only did he recognize it, he also had a grievous crossing lotus throne with him. But because it had not been maintained for many years, the bad deed lotus seat had already lost its use. And he didn't have a way to fix it. Of course. Queen Starrain took out a scroll. Suyu's heart palpitated with excitement. If he could master the manufacturing method, wouldn't he be able to successfully repair the nightmare crossing lotus throne? If there came a day in the future when an era's destruction could not be stopped, at least he had a way out. Only this much. Suyu opened the scroll. With his current level of comprehension, he should be able to comprehend it in no time. The Star Rain Empress rolled her eyes at him. You're thinking too much. If it's so easy to forge the grievous traversing lotus, would there still be a need to desperately exchange for it? The book in your hand is just one of the tables of contents. Suyu was stunned. One of the catalogues. There are a total of 3,000 books in the catalogue. There are 10 million books in one catalogue. You can calculate how many books there are in total. Suyu was stunned. There were 3,000 books in the catalogue. The total number of ancient books should be no less than 30 billion. He would need at least 10 days if he wanted to thoroughly study every single one of them, right? 30 billion books, wouldn't that take 300 billion days? In terms of years, it would take close to 1 billion years. Now that Suyu's time domain had reached the middle level, it could speed up time by 1,000 times. Even so, it would still take 1 million years. Obviously, he did not have that much time. Unless he could break through to the Yuan realm one day. If he slowed down time to the limit, he might be able to understand all the books. Then, there is only one last way, Suyu said. If you capture a demon faction's elder, how much can you get as a contribution? Empress Star Rain smiled bitterly. Demon sect elder? That's even harder than digging for netherworld crystal ores. When have you ever heard of an elder of the evil cult being captured? Empress Star Rain did not hold any hope in this matter. Dreambreaker Realm, the editor of the evil cult. The demon faction was secretive and cautious. Demon sect elders were even more unpredictable. It was impossible to track them down. It was impossible to capture an elder of the evil cult. Just answer my questions. Suyu glared at her. Empress Star Rain was startled. Could Suyu really capture an elder of the evil cult? An elder of the evil cult can be exchanged for at least 500 contribution points. 500? How can it be so high? Suyu was shocked. Could the value of an elder of the evil cult be higher than a whole 500 billion netherworld crystals? Empress Star Rain was very sure. It's 500. The master said it himself. As for the reason, I think it has something to do with the origin of the evil cult. Although she had not been an empress for long, her status allowed her to access information that ordinary people could not. As far as I know, the birth of the evil cult is likely related to the ancient god Juyu. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Although the ancient god Juyu perished, he still had 4 extremely powerful guardians, known as the 4 signs of Juyu. The founder of the evil cult is likely to be one of the 4 signs. The founder of the evil cult was the holy demon. Even the descendants of the evil cult were not clear about the age of his existence, and his strength was also unknown. It was possible that he was one of the 4 signs. For some reason, Suyu suddenly thought of the baby cut from the strange crystal of Juyu. Chu. In the ancient god realm of Juyu, he had successfully transformed into a youth through the sacrificial altar. He called himself Chu. Could he also be one of the 4 signs of Juyu? There were 2 other signs. Who were they? The master wants to obtain everything about the ancient god Juyu, so capturing the 4 signs of Juyu is especially important, Empress Star Rain said gravely. And capturing an elder of the evil cult with a very high status will give us hope of finding the ancestor of the evil cult. Therefore, the contribution points for capturing an elder of the evil cult were astonishingly high. Star Rain, follow my instructions and start making arrangements immediately. Suyu was even more determined to capture Elder Xiao Mo. But just as Empress Star Rain had said, the evil cult elder was not easy to capture. Although Elder Xiao Mo was greedy, it could be seen from the process of him delivering the letter that he was extremely cautious. If he was not careful, he could escape. Okay, tell me. Hearing this, Empress Star Rain's eyes shone. You've been to the evil cult? Her face was full of disbelief. Suyu had actually returned from such a mysterious place like the evil cult. Follow my plan. There is only one chance. If you fail, you probably won't find a second chance to capture an elder of the evil cult. Empress Star Rain stood up and said, Brother, watch over the mansion and manage it on my behalf. I will make the arrangements myself. Many of the arrangements took a lot of time and effort. This trip might take several months. Go, Suyu said. He needed to seriously study the 8 great domains. Ever since the domain had been raised to the middle level, he could only fuse it into a simple lotus. But the power of a true middle-level domain should not be limited to this. He sat cross-legged in the Empress Great Hall, quietly comprehending. The profound mysteries of the 8 great domains flowed continuously in his mind. After several days, Suyu had only grasped a thread of inspiration. The path of the 8 great domains is too lonely. There is not even a single person who can guide me. Suyu was slightly regretful. Ever since he had obtained the divine 9-dragon cauldron, there had been no one to guide him on the 8 great rules and domains. Therefore, it was difficult to advance. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 2582. Who is it? Suyu stood up abruptly, his heart pounding. The voice appeared in his mind again. Hey, have you forgotten me so quickly? Suyu's hand moved as fast as lightning, and he took out a lump of liquid from his space storage device. This liquid was formed when he broke through the 8 domains and was burned by the flames of the Tao that condensed everything on his body. Among them was the bronze plate with the heaven's sun gazing at air. There was a Taishu master living inside. He called himself the Lord of Souls. What a surprise! The bronze plate has melted, yet you are still alive. Suyu's face darkened. He didn't know about the relationship between ancient god 9-dragon and the 8 gods. Now that he knew, how could he speak calmly to the old man who was a soul dominator? The soul is formless, the ruler is shadowless. I have never perished. I have always been by your side. The soul dominator sounded a little tired. Suyu's eyes were cold. So, why have you come out now? Naturally, it's to guide you so that you won't die in the struggle to become the Time Sovereign's descendant. The Soul Sovereign sighed. Suyu did not reply. He did not think that the Soul Dominator was malicious. This was because the Soul Dominator had taught him about the path of the soul a long time ago. Furthermore, he had even personally made a move to repel the enemy and save him from danger. Can you tell me, as a master, why are you befriending the descendant of an enemy? Suyu asked calmly. The Soul Dominator said, enmity can be divided into light and heavy. Compared to seizing the position of God, what does ancient god 9-dragon's stealing of my fortune count for? Suyu's heart was as clear as a mirror. The Soul Dominator must have encountered a great calamity for it to be forced to hide in the bronze plate. I can guide you and even help you at crucial times. However, I hope that when you have the ability, you can make a trip to the Soul Realm. Suyu thought for a moment. You want me to avenge you? The Soul Dominator shook his head and said, given your strength, you still can't do that. The power of a ruler isn't something you can contend against. Unless you can be like the ancient god 9-dragons and cultivate all of his domains to the highest level, only then will you have the power to fight a ruler. You only need to bring me to a special place in the Soul Realm, and I will have a way to take revenge. It would be much easier to just lead the way. Sure, Suyu agreed. Kailar, suddenly, a formless soul energy appeared in front of Suyu's forehead. Only Soul Domain users could see that it was a set of armor. This is the Soul Emperor robe that I used in the past. As long as your soul wears it, no one will be able to harm your soul apart from the Soul Dominator himself, the Soul Dominator said. Suyu's pupils contracted. It was a soul-protecting treasure that only a ruler could break through. What about the drawbacks? Suyu certainly didn't believe that the Soul God would hand over such an important thing to him easily. The downside is that if you can't fulfill your promise, this Soul Emperor robe will be your death warrant. As expected, after weighing the pros and cons, Suyu grabbed the soul energy and pressed it into the space between his brows. All of a sudden, Suyu felt that his soul was unprecedentedly safe. It was as if he was in an incomparably powerful fortress. If I have the ability, I will definitely bring you there. The Soul Dominator nodded. Suyu suddenly felt his surroundings change, and he unexpectedly fell into a huge illusion for no reason. The scene in the illusion was none other than the Taishu mysterious cave within the bronze plate. This isn't a cavern world. Su Yu had always thought that the Great Void mysterious cave was just a cavern world hidden within the bronze plate. Swish, in front of him, a figure appeared with his back to him. A long robe fluttered in the wind. His long, messy hair casually draped over his shoulders. He exuded an unfathomable and mysterious temperament from head to toe. Of course not. It has always been an illusion created by me. If there was a cavern world within the bronze plate, how could it have been hidden from your master, Yunyazi? Yunyazi had controlled the bronze plate for many years. With his mysterious and powerful strength, he had never known that there was a cavern world within the bronze plate. Obviously, it wasn't that he didn't discover it, but that the cavern world didn't exist. The reason why Su Yu discovered it was because the Soul Dominator had randomly created an illusion to make him mistakenly think that he had entered it. What was reflected in front of him was still the familiar ruins. Thick primordial energy, desolation everywhere. Do you know what is at the end of the Soul Realm? The Soul Dominator asked leisurely with his back to Su Yu. Su Yu thought about it and shook his head slightly. Many answers appeared in his mind, but he believed that none of them were the real answer. Yin and yang in one thought. What do you mean? Simply put, it means that whatever you want can come true, the Soul Dominator said. Whatever you want, you can turn fantasy into reality. Hearing that, Su Yu's heart trembled violently. That's right. If the Great Void mysterious cave was an illusion, then why was the primordial energy that Su Yu had brought out from it real? The reason was that the Soul Dominator had reached the level of being able to materialize things with his thoughts. He could materialize things that he imagined into real object. Although you have comprehended the time realm, it was accomplished with the help of the divine throne of heaven and earth. There are many deeper things that you have yet to comprehend. The Soul Dominator waved his palm forward, and thousands of soldiers and horses suddenly appeared. Those were all-powerful beings, and they surged forward like a torrent, giving Su Yu a sense of extreme danger. In the next few days, you will train here. Remember, use your heart to comprehend the true meaning of the soul. After saying that, the Soul Dominator disappeared directly. Su Yu faced the thousands of soldiers and horses alone, and immediately activated the mysterious path energy in his body. However, in the illusion, it was difficult for him to activate the mysterious path energy, and his movements became extremely clumsy. His combat power was compressed to the point that he was only left with a little bit. When the thousands of soldiers and horses charged over, Su Yu could barely resist, but he was soon engulfed by the army. Wounds appeared on his body one after another. Seeing that he was about to be killed, Su Yu shouted loudly and tried to materialize armor with his soul. However, he did not succeed. A piercing coldness penetrated his heart, and he died tragically. In the intense pain, Su Yu's vision went black. He did not know when, but he felt a coolness in his heart, and the pain dissipated. He was horrified to find that he was still standing in the same place. The Soul Dominator was still standing in front of him with his back to him, as if nothing had happened just now. Continue. The Soul Dominator moved away. The thousands of soldiers and horses appeared again. Su Yu clenched his teeth. In this life and death crisis, he kept trying to materialize the things he imagined with the Soul Dominator. However, he failed miserably again and again. Every time he failed miserably, it meant death. Every time he died, it was endless pain. However, Su Yu clenched his teeth and persisted. I can do it. Soul Dominator, Soul Dominator. Su Yu failed again and again, and in the midst of the heart-wrenching pain, he finally found a glimmer of inspiration. It was like a person who had walked through a maze for a long time and had finally found the exit. Chapter 2583. True Thoughts. Su Yu shouted in a low voice as a sword appeared in his hand. It was the sinful sword that had already melted into liquid. Break. He gripped his sword and swung it fiercely. A 10,000 feet long sword arc flashed in all directions. The vast army in front of him was instantly wiped out. However, when the sword swept past, his palm was empty, and the sinful sword dissipated. The great army once again crushed over and killed him. Although he was in great pain, Su Yu's eyes didn't show any pain. Instead, they were filled with excitement that was hard to suppress. He had finally come into contact with the true meaning of the soul realm. This time, Su Yu didn't just create the Sin Sword with a single thought. He also created all kinds of defensive magical treasures with a single thought. After enduring for 10 breaths of time, the sinful sword and the defensive magic treasure collapsed. This happened again and again. Su Yu did not know how many times he had repeated the process. Perhaps 10,000, perhaps even more. He felt as if he had lived for hundreds of years. In the end, when he was killed, he was so numb that he didn't feel any pain. His one-thought realization had finally reached its limit. The sinful sword he created could exist for an entire day without collapsing. Moreover, the power of the Sin Sword was close to half of its true power. How long have I been here? As Su Yu held the sinful sword in his hand, the great army in front of him had already fallen to the ground, and none of them could stand up again. The Soul Dominator's figure slowly appeared. He pointed at a finger and said, 1,000 years, but in reality, only a month has passed. The time in the illusion was different from the time in the outside world. A month's time was actually 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Su Yu murmured, his eyes filled with numbness. No wonder it felt so long. However, after 1,000 years of killing, he had gained complete mastery over the soul domain. With a thought, the army created by the Soul Dominator automatically dispersed, leaving not a single trace behind. Not bad. You've already reached the threshold. As long as you continue to comprehend it, you'll achieve great success sooner or later, the Soul Dominator praised. It's not without reason that ancient god Jiolong chose you as his successor. Ordinary experts might be able to do it after sitting for 1,000 years. However, for an entire 1,000 years, they were constantly fighting and being brutally murdered. Perhaps not many people could persevere. Not only did this require perseverance, but it also required a strong mind. No matter how strong an adult's willpower was, he would eventually have a mental breakdown from the pain. Only a person with a strong mind would be able to persevere and not waver for 1,000 years. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Thank you for your guidance. I, Su, am a man of my word. I will definitely bring you to the soul realm in the future. With that, the illusions around him dissipated completely. He was still standing in the Empress Palace. His body was covered in dust, but he was completely unaware of it. When his consciousness returned, Su Yu noticed that there were hundreds of messages lingering on the seal outside the Great Hall. The Empress Palace was in charge of the entire dream-broken realm, so it was naturally very busy. A month had left behind so many things that needed to be dealt with. He flipped through them one by one. Prioritize and deal with them in an orderly manner. However, when he flipped to the last message, he was slightly stunned. Reporting to the Empress, Dongming City's great emperor will visit Nanming City in a month. The message arrived a month ago when Su Yu had just started his secluded training. In other words, the two of them should be arriving at southern Ming City soon. Dongming City's great emperor? Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been in the Empress Hall for a period of time, and already had some understanding of the terrain of the dream-broken realm. They could be roughly divided into 4 directions. Each side was ruled by a descendant of a ruler. Empress Star Rain was in the south. Great Emperor Xiaohao was in the north. Great Emperor Mingxin was in the east. Empress Waning Moon was in the west. Great Emperor Xiaohao, who was in the north, was undoubtedly the strongest among them. In terms of individual strength, the other 3 combined could not even match up to one of Great Emperor Xiaohao's hands. In terms of overall strength, the 3 of them combined could not even match up to half of his. To put it bluntly, Great Emperor Xiaohao was like a crane in a flock of chickens. To put it bluntly, he was a dragon in a flock of pigs. Once the war for domination began, the 3 of them would be killed by Xiaohao in a short time. Yes, they would be killed without any suspense. If Su Yu had been in their position, he would not have been in such a miserable state. In another 20 years, the war for domination would begin. Su Yu did not need to ask to guess the purpose of Great Emperor Mingxin's visit. Of course, it was to unite Empress Star Rain and fight against Xiaohao together. To be more specific, it was probably to use Empress Star Rain as a sacrifice. Who asked her to be the weakest and easiest to bully? Where is this person? Su Yu asked. A guard outside the door replied, Sir, he has been in Nanming City for several days. Su Yu raised his brows slightly. This was faster than he had expected. Is there no one to settle them down? Logically speaking, such distinguished guests should have been arranged to stay in the palace next to the Empress Palace. Why were they in the city? Sir, Empress Star Rain has sent people to settle them down, but they insist on staying in the Feiyun Pavilion in the city. The Feiyun Pavilion was one of the more luxurious buildings in Nanming City, so it was not bad to stay there. Okay. Su Yu thought for a moment, then took out the communication pendant that he always carried with him. There was an urgent message from Empress Star Rain. It had been sent 3 days ago. It was just that Su Yu had not noticed it. When he opened it, it was Empress Star Rain's anxious voice. Brother, I can't deal with Great Emperor Mingxian. Please entertain him on my behalf. Among all the descendants of the masters, only Empress Star Rain had not mastered the time domain. She did not have the confidence to talk to him as an equal. Su Yu understood. He opened the seal and stepped into Nanming City. At that time, in the Feiyun Pavilion, a man in a snow-white robe with waist-length hair was slowly cooking an unknown divine tea. The fragrance of the tea filled the air, and a light breath was refreshing, making one's soul feel more comfortable. Behind the man in the snow-white robe was a young woman holding a sword. Great Emperor, the Empress is avoiding us. Why should we stay? The young woman looked at the man in the snow-white robe, her eyes full of respect. The man in the snow-white robe was Great Emperor Mingxian of Dongming City. However, he was not as weak as the rumors made him out to be. Instead, his eyes flickered with wisdom. To watch, of course, Great Emperor Mingxian said calmly as he poured a cup of tea. Watch what? Great Emperor Mingxian said calmly. To see if this sister of mine is really incompetent or just pretending to be mediocre. Hearing this, the young woman's eyes flashed with disdain. Great Emperor, I think you worry too much. Not all mediocre people are tolerant. Many are really mediocre, the young woman said calmly. Empress Star Rain's bloodline has not been awakened for a day or two. Her overall power is weak, and this is nothing new. Recently, even the 9 secluded crystal mine was robbed. This incompetence is not faked. Chapter 2584. One cannot be careless, Emperor Mindful said indifferently. Otherwise, one's boat will capsize in a ditch. The young woman did not think much of it. It was rumored in the world that apart from Emperor Xiaohao, the descendants of the 4 rulers of the Dream Dual Boundary were all mediocre. However, only the young woman knew that her master was actually an extremely wise and far-sighted person who had concealed himself well. He knew that his individual strength was inferior to Xiaohao's, so he had been keeping a low profile for many years, secretly cultivating his own huge force. Now, in terms of hidden forces, he was not inferior to Xiaohao. Only his personal strength was not as good as Xiaohao's because of his talent. Xiaohao had taken the initiative to come to Southbright City in order to inspect Empress Star Rain and see if she was suitable as a partner. However, from the young woman's point of view, Empress Star Rain's rule was a mess. Putting aside the fact that the demon sect had taken root in the south, Xiaohao's people had also been wreaking havoc in the south. A small sect called Greater One Sect was directly annihilated. As for the 494 sects, apart from a few large sects, none of them were strong enough. After asking around, Empress Star Rain's personal strength seemed to be as strong as rumored. Such a person would not cooperate with the wise and mighty Mindful Emperor at all. At most, it would only be a stepping stone for him to become a ruler. Great Emperor, I think Empress Star Rain is far less suitable than Empress Waning Moon. In comparison, not only was the Waning Moon Empress cultivation extremely high, but the forces she had nurtured were also extraordinary. Emperor Mindful's eyes lit up. Waning Moon is not a good partner. Why? Unbelievable. Wasn't the Waning Moon Empress more reliable than the Star Rain Empress? As the two of them were discussing, someone knocked on the door. My lords, Empress Star Rain's envoy requests an audience. Emissary? Emperor Mindful's expression was calm. What rank is the envoy? If it's an ordinary person, ask him to go back. In these 3 days, there would be an envoy sent by the Empress every day. However, those messengers could not make any decisions. Meeting them was just a waste of time. He claims to be the Empress's godbrother. The teacup in the mindful Emperor's hand shook slightly. The young woman was also startled. Godbrother? In the few days that they had been in Southbright City, they had never heard that Empress Starrain had a godbrother. Besides, wasn't it an insult to the Hegemon's daughter to take an outsider as her godbrother? This Empress is really improper. The young woman raised her eyebrows. Tell him to get lost. However, Emperor Mindful waved his hand and said, "Wait." He thought for a moment, put down the teacup, and gently wiped the tea that splashed on his hands. Let him come up. Only then did the guard go downstairs. Before long, Suyu was brought back. The mindful emperor looked over and was slightly surprised. Human race. Although Xiao Chen had expected that the adopted brother of the Starrain Empress might not be a very powerful person, he had not expected this. However, he would never have thought that it would actually be an extremely inferior human race. In this era, the human race had yet to produce any influential figures. A trace of disappointment flashed through his eyes, but he was still polite and did not show any contempt. The young woman sized Suyu up from head to toe with an undisguised look of disdain. Taking a human as her godbrother. Empress Starrain is really hopeless. The young woman increasingly felt that collaborating with the Starrain Empress was the worst decision she had ever made. Suyu did not even look at the young woman. He only looked at the youth in front of him and said, "You are the mindful emperor?" There was no hint of respect in his tone. It was as if he was facing an ordinary person who was sitting with him. Insolence! How dare you not kneel in front of the great emperor? The young woman coldly snorted. A gust of Nirvana middle stage mysterious path energy swept out. Suyu did not move, allowing the energy to pass through his body. However, his body seemed to pass through the energy as if it was nothing. It did not leave any mark on him. The young woman was slightly shocked. An illusion? No, it's not that. She grabbed the sword in her bosom and pulled it out. Wait. The mindful emperor waved his hand, signaling for the young woman to put down the sword. He smiled slightly and looked at Suyu. Since you are Starrain's adopted brother, you should be on equal footing with me. He gestured for Suyu to sit down. Suyu's expression did not change as he sat down. He did not beat around the bush. My time is limited, so please speak frankly. Such an attitude caused the young woman's eyes to turn cold. The mindful emperor laughed. All right, then I will speak frankly. I am here to cooperate with Empress Starrain. Together, we will fight for supremacy in 20 years. Suyu did not say a word, listening quietly. I wonder how much authority you can take over on behalf of Empress Starrain. Everything. Suyu said calmly. The mindful emperor's eyes flickered imperceptibly. He smiled. All right, then, what do you think about the cooperation? Sure, Suyu said. The young woman secretly sneered when she heard this. Nanming City was obviously eager to be on Dongming City's good side. How could they oppose it? However, Suyu's next sentence stunned the young woman. Even the mindful emperor was slightly surprised. The prerequisite is that Dongming City has the right to cooperate with Nanming City. The young woman laughed angrily. She could not help but say, isn't Nanming City thinking too highly of itself? Even the power that Dongming City had revealed was more than twice that of Nanming City. What right did this person have to question Dongming City? The mindful emperor's eyes flickered. Before he came, he had imagined many scenarios. However, the scene before him was completely out of his expectations. If this person could really represent Empress Starrain, Nanming City's confidence was much greater than he had imagined. Of course, he might not believe it. After all, who didn't know how to brag? Dongming City, in terms of overall power, has more than 2,000 Pathmasters of various factions. In terms of personal strength, I am at the early stage of Nirvana Void, and my time domain has reached the middle level. He said one by one, smiling. How about it? Are you satisfied? He faintly revealed a part of his hidden strength, more than 2,000 Pathmasters. In the southern part of the Broken Dream Realm, There were less than 600 pathmasters, less than a third of Dongming cities. Moreover, the mindful emperor himself was a strong man below the pathmaster level. Su Yu was slightly surprised. It seemed that Dongming city was slightly stronger than the information indicated. However, it was only slightly stronger. It's just SOSO, barely meeting my expectations, Su Yu said calmly. According to Su Yu's plan, in 20 years, not only would Empress Star Rain's strength increase greatly, but she would also obtain at least 500 contribution points and 2 or more ruler treasures. With those 2 items, at least in Nanming City, apart from Shaohao, the other 2 cities would be annihilated. Apart from that, Su Yu had many other hidden techniques. At the crucial moment, he could explode with unimaginable power and turn the tide of the battle. Chapter 2585. Zijuan, don't be rude. The mindful emperor raised his hand to stop the young woman. But the young woman named Zijun was still filled with indignation. What a joke! Nanming City is so weak, yet you look down on Dongming City. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? The mindful emperor smiled. I am not talented. Dongming City has not developed to the scale of Beiming City for many years. It is normal that you look down on us. He did not get angry, but remained calm and collected. Since we are going to cooperate, we should know about each other. You already know about my situation. Can you tell me about the current situation of Nanming City? Su Yu said calmly, of course. There are about 500 strong people at the level of Roadmasters. The Star Rain Empress is at the later stage of the Void Nirvana stage, Su Yu said slowly. Zijun sneered. How dare he say that he is just SOSO when he knows that he only has this little strength? It was really baffling. Of course, this is only on the surface, Su Yu added. Zijun's cold smile did not change. She did not think that there were many hidden forces in Nanming City. In reality, the mindful emperor was very patient. Su Yu said calmly, in reality, our hidden forces are much stronger than what we show on the surface. Zijun squinted her eyes and said with a faint smile, can you show it to me? Su Yu looked at her calmly. He did not have a good impression of this woman. Sure. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a majestic man wearing a cloak appeared behind him. He was extremely domineering. He stood behind Su Yu without saying a word. His whole body was emitting a terrifying aura. His eyes were looking down on Tianshu City, shocking everyone. The woman named Zijun was so scared that she stepped back and said in horror, Demon Lord. Even the mindful emperor's expression became solemn as he stepped back quickly. However, the Demon Lord just stood behind Su Yu quietly and did not do anything else. No. The mindful emperor was superior in his eyes. The Demon Lord in front of him was superior in all aspects. However, there was one thing missing: existence. As the descendant of the Time Master, the mindful emperor was very sensitive to time. The Demon Lord in front of him seemed to be in front of him, but the mindful emperor could not sense his existence. It was as if a person who should not be here had appeared. It's an illusion. It doesn't look like it. The mindful emperor was bewildered. Zijun also calmed himself down from the shock. How could the real Demon Lord appear in Nanming City? Su Yu smiled faintly, and the Demon Master behind him disappeared on his own, as if he had never existed. I don't need to prove my power to you. Su Yu stood up slowly and said, if you want to cooperate, I welcome you on behalf of the Empress. If you don't, please leave. Dongming City could only be regarded as a helper at most. Can have, cannot have. Zijun gritted his teeth. It was embarrassing for him to run away in a panic just now. Furthermore, she had embarrassed herself in front of Su Yu, who she had no respect for. You. Zijun tried to stop Zhongxian, but before he could speak, he was already frozen in place by the Time Dominion. It was obviously not Su Yu who had attacked. It was Emperor Mindful. He watched as Su Yu left, then turned his head to stare at Zijun, frowning slightly. If not for your sister, I would have killed you with my palm. Zijun was his wife's younger sister. Being proficient in a special talent would be of great help to the mindful emperor. Moreover, she was his wife's younger sister, so he kept her by his side and trained her. However, Her temperament really disappointed the mindful emperor. She was not shrewd at all. Great Emperor, is this person really worthy of your attention? Zijun was very indignant. To think that someone as far-sighted as the mindful emperor would actually place such importance on a lowly human. She found it hard to accept. Of course, the mindful emperor's eyes were full of shock. A person who sat in front of you for half a cup of tea's time, but you never found out that he was just a fake clone. Such a person is worthy of my attention. Zijun was stunned for a moment, then she realized what the mindful emperor meant. She was shocked and said, Great Emperor, do you mean this Suyu is a phantom like the demon master? The mindful emperor shook his head. He is not a phantom, but an existence that I can't understand for now. His eyes flickered, and he murmured, it seems that this trip was not in vain. Even her godbrother was so mysterious. As the empress, was she really as mediocre as the rumors said? Let's wait and see. After dealing with the mindful emperor's matter, Suyu no longer cared about it, and focused on preparing for the trade that would take place in a few months. Time passed slowly. Finally, on this day, Suyu, who was in the Empress Palace, suddenly received a message. My teacher and I have arrived at the trading location. Please show yourself, Mr. Su. The messenger was none other than Elder Xiao Mo's disciple, Mo Qin. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. The day had finally come. He could set off for the trading location. In a pavilion in a satellite city to the west of Nanming City. This was the trading location that Suyu and Elder Xiao Mo had agreed upon. However, Suyu had come alone. He did not bring anyone with him. He did not leave any ambushes near the trading location. He knew that the real trading location would not be here. As expected, when he arrived at the pavilion, neither Elder Xiao Mo nor Mo Qin were there. There was only a swordsman who had been ordered to wait there, holding a scroll in his hand. When Suyu arrived, he presented it with both hands. Mr. Su, please have a look. Suyu opened the scroll and saw that it was Elder Xiao Mo's handwritten letter. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. For safety's sake, I think it would be better to choose another place. The new trading location was given in the letter. It was a satellite city in the opposite direction. It was half a day's journey away. Hee. Suyu put down the scroll and left in a flash. Not long after he left, a figure walked out from the darkness. It was none other than Mo Qin himself. He squinted, observing all the movements around the pavilion. Not even the slightest rustle of grass could escape his eyes. After a moment, he took out a jade pendant and transmitted a message. Teacher, there are no signs of an ambush near the pavilion. If there were an ambush, the change of the trading location would definitely cause the ambush to move and cause a commotion. However, there was not the slightest commotion here. This was enough to show that Suyu was sincere about the trade and had no intention of ambushing. Not long after, Suyu hurried to the trading location. There was still a swordsman there, holding a letter in his hand. He said, Mr. Su, please have a look. Suyu smiled without saying a word. It was as if this scene had not exceeded his expectations. The location has changed again. Mr. Su, please follow me. As expected. Suyu smiled calmly. If my guess is correct, I won't be able to see you in person this time. I'll only be able to see your disciple, right? In the end, he arrived at the new trading location. Just as he had expected, it was not Elder Xiao Mo who was waiting for him. It was the Mo Qin. Chapter 2586. Haha, Mr. Su, I'm sorry for making you run back and forth. The Mo Qin explained with an apologetic smile, our demon race is wanted by the entire time realm, so we have no choice but to be cautious. Please understand, sir. Suyu was calm and composed. He wasn't anxious because Elder Xiao Mo hadn't shown up yet. He sat down calmly, took out a spatial storage device, pushed it over, and said indifferently, check it. The Magic Qin was a little surprised by Suyu's calmness. He had thought that Suyu would leave in anger, or at the very least, complain and reprimand him. In the end, not only did it not happen, it was so straightforward. The process was unusually smooth, causing the magic zither to feel wary. He glanced at the interspatial storage device and found the netherworld crystals that were worth 10 billion that tempted him. Moreover, they were all of extremely high quality. They were the Holy City's favorite netherworld crystals. If he could really bring it back, the Demon Master would definitely be very happy. However, the process was so smooth that it made the demonic zither suspicious. "You've finished inspecting mine. What about yours?" Suyu asked calmly as he put away the spatial storage device. The magic zither calmly took out a spatial storage device and held it tightly in his palm. "Please take a look, Mr. Su." Suyu glanced at it lightly and was sure that it contained the special products of the demon clan that he needed. There were all kinds of secret medicines, demonic artifacts, and magic treasures. The total value was around 10 billion. "Mr. Su, is there a problem?" Magic Zither asked tentatively. If things could be completed smoothly without any accidents, that would be for the best. "No problem." Suyu nodded his head in affirmation. The magic Qin heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He thought Suyu would make things difficult for him in terms of the quantity and quality of the demon faction's specialties. He didn't expect to get permission so easily. It seems that Master worries too much. Mr. Su in front of him is sincere in doing this business. "Then, shall we make the deal now?" The magic Zither smiled. However, Suyu stood up slowly and kept the space storage artifact unhurriedly. "A deal? It's cancelled." "What?" The magic Zither was startled, and he immediately smiled apologetically. "Mr. Su, we have an appointment." The 10 billion time crystals on Elder Xiao Mo were all exchanged for demon sect specialties. If he couldn't trade it out, then it would all be in his hands. Elder Xiao Mo could not bear such a huge loss. "Then, did we agree that I would be toyed with like a monkey?" Suyu's face was ice cold. The magic Zither hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, didn't I explain it to you? We, the demon sect, have to be cautious." He couldn't understand why Suyu, who had been willing to talk things over just a moment ago, would suddenly change his mind. Why did he turn hostile in the blink of an eye? "That's your problem, not the reason why I have to be toyed with." Suyu was indifferent. He took a step out of the pavilion, and without turning his head, he said, "Before I try to take advantage of your misfortune, take the specialty of your demonic faction and get lost." Sensing that Suyu was really angry, the panic on the magic Qin's face lessened a little. "Oh, Mr. Su, please wait. Listen to me." The magic Zither chased after him and said with a smile, "You may not know this, Mr. Su, but Master knows that this will bring inconvenience to Mr. Su, so he specifically prepared a few items that Mr. Su would definitely be interested in as compensation." Suyu said calmly, "In this world, how many things are there that I am interested in?" The magic Zither smiled and said, "Mr. Su is rich and invincible, so you naturally don't lack rare items. However, this item came from my devil sect's ancient tomb, and it contains the yin qi of the world. It has a unique effect on breaking through to the nirvana stage." He had personally witnessed Suyu's breakthrough from the middle nirvana early stage to the middle nirvana late stage. What Suyu lacked the most now was the secret medicine that could help him break through to the nirvana realm. Suyu stopped in his tracks and revealed a slightly tempted look. "Let me have a look." Suyu turned around and asked. Seeing that Suyu was genuinely interested, the magic Qin heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He smiled and said, "Haha, this item is in the hands of my master. Mr. Su, please step forward again. My master would like to trade with you face to face." After going around in circles, that Elder Xiao Mo finally showed himself. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled up imperceptibly. Did he really cancel the deal out of anger? Of course not. He was loosening the reins only to grasp better. Only then would Elder Xiao Mo have no choice but to show himself and meet Suyu. "Lead the way," Suyu said. Hence, under the guidance of the Qin demon, they came to a desolate ancient city. The ancient city was empty and lifeless. Only in a restaurant was Elder Xiao Mo sitting in the attic with his hands clasped behind his back. When Suyu arrived, Elder Xiao Mo took the initiative to approach him and greeted him with cupped fists. "Mr. Su, it's been a long time." Suyu said placidly, "Let's cut the crap. Let's trade." He took out his space storage device. "Do you need to check it again?" Elder Xiao Mo chuckled. "I believe in Mr. Su's trustworthiness. There's no need to check it again. Of course, before he said that, he had secretly exchanged a look with the Qin demon. From the latter's look, he received confirmation that there was nothing wrong with the 9 Serenities crystal. That was why he dared to say such a thing. He took the space storage device from the Qin demon's hand and retrieved 2 jade bottles. In the bottles, there was a pitch-black, viscous liquid. This is the extreme yin demonic energy. It said that it was born from the body of the Saint Demon, the ancestor of the demon faction. It contains unique energy, which can be consumed as a secret medicine as long as it's concocted well. Su Yu stroked his chin, looking rather interested. Are there any side effects? The extreme yin demonic energy might be fine for demons. But it might not be the case for other races. Of course there are some side effects. Elder Xiao Mo told him everything he knew. If it's used by us demons, we'll probably only be manic for a few days. If it's used by creatures other than demons, there's a risk of demonization. It wasn't the first time Su Yu had heard of the word demonization. Generally speaking, demonization referred to a martial artist's inability to withstand the impact of a powerful force. His mind would become muddled and he would become bloodthirsty, just like a demon. Hence, it was called demonization. But the demonization referred to by the demon faction might not be so. What are the consequences of demonization? Elder Xiao Mo's eyes flickered. You'll turn into a demonic clone of the Saint Demon, and your mind will be taken over by the Saint Demon. You'll lose your sense of self. In other words, you'll be possessed. Your soul will be obliterated by the Saint Demon, or suppressed. Your body will be controlled by the Saint Demon. The consequences were not the slightest bit severe. Su Yu's face turned cold. Are you trying to harm me by giving me this item? Which normal person would consume such a dangerous secret medicine? Haha, the probability of demonization is quite low, less than 1 in 10,000. Elder Xiao Mo smiled. There were tens of thousands of outsiders who obtained the extreme yin demonic energy, but only 1 or 2 of them were demonized due to some accident, becoming the Saint Demon's clone. If there are no accidents, Mr. Su should be able to get through this unscathed. 1 in 10,000, but in this world, it was better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 2587. After all, the 2 bottles of extreme yin demonic energy were given to Su Yu by Elder Xiao Mo. It would be a waste not to take it. So the deal is made. All right. Su Yu nodded. Just like that, the 2 exchanged places. The process was very smooth, and there were no obstacles. After getting what he wanted, Su Yu said, "Since the transaction is over, I'll take my leave." Elder Xiao Mo laughed. "I'm very happy to work with Mr. Su. I look forward to our next meeting." "Yes." Su Yu nodded, then left. Watching him leave, the smile on Elder Xiao Mo's face slowly faded, replaced by worry. "We should leave as soon as possible," Elder Xiao Mo said. The magic zither said, "Master, we've already obtained the item. There's no need for us to be so cautious, is there?" Elder Xiao Mo frowned slightly. "I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. This transaction is going too smoothly." It was so smooth that Elder Xiao Mo began to suspect that there was a trap. "Master worries too much," the magic zither said helplessly. They were extremely cautious on this trip. Putting aside the fact that he had changed his position several times, his master had only appeared at the very last moment. It would be strange if the other party had other tricks up his sleeves. "Let's go." Elder Xiao Mo grabbed the magic zither and teleported away. Half a day later, Elder Xiao Mo arrived at a secret base of the demon sect and stepped onto the teleportation formation, preparing to return to the demon sect. However, just before the transportation formation was activated, Elder Xiao Mo suddenly took out Su Yu's space storage device and took a look inside it. This unexpected action caused Elder Xiao Mo's expression to change drastically. The interspatial storage device was empty. Empty. Because he was too excited, he naturally released the powerful aura of a late-stage Nirvana Void Cultivator and shattered the transfer array. His hair and beard were fluttering, and his clothes were fluttering, displaying the monstrous rage in his heart. "How dare you lie to me?" Elder Xiao Mo was infuriated. The zither devil jumped in fright. He scanned the interspatial storage device and was dumbfounded. The netherworld crystals that had piled up into several mountains had actually all vanished without a trace, as if they had vanished into thin air. Actually, it was not that they had disappeared. It was because they did not exist in the first place. Those 9 nether crystals were all created by Suyu with a single thought. One day later, when the time was up, the netherworld crystal would naturally disperse. The timing was just right. Master, I've checked, there's nothing wrong with it. The Qin devil was terrified, afraid that his master would blame him. Elder Xiao Mo didn't say a word. He had checked the interspatial storage device, and it was indeed fine. It wasn't the Zither demon's fault. Instead, it was the other party's deceptive methods that were too brilliant, so brilliant that they could pass off as genuine and even deceive his eyesight. I knew it. There's no such good thing in this world. Elder Xiao Mo's face was filled with hatred. Now that he thought about it, a wealthy human merchant who could casually take out tens of billions of netherworld crystals? It was a trap. The other party had purposely created a commotion to attract the attention of the elders, and from there, it would be easier for them to weave a huge trap. How laughable. He prided himself on his cautiousness, but in the end, he still fell for it. All of his savings, as well as the wealth that the Lord had given him, had been swindled away. He did not dare to imagine how that Lord would punish him if he found out. You cheated me of my money, wait. Elder Xiao Mo flew up into the sky. A third jade bottle appeared in his palm. The bottle was filled with the exact same extreme yin devil qi. He opened the jade bottle, and the yin devil qi within it slowly dissipated. No matter how strong the wind blew, the demonic energy always drifted in the same direction. It turned out that the yin devil qi could sense each other. No matter where they were, they could sense the location of other demonic energies through a wisp of demonic energy. Demon faction, listen up. Follow me. The strong demons stationed locally all rode on their treasures and followed Elder Xiao Mo, rushing in Suyu's direction. From afar, it looked like a mass of dark clouds had suddenly sprung up from the ground. It was a dark mass that pounced into the distance. In a satellite city to the southwest of Nanming City, when Suyu landed in the satellite city, he went to a manor. Brother, you're back. Empress Star Rain pounced on him joyfully, her eyes filled with worry. I was really worried that the demon faction would be cruel and harm you. Empress Star Rain was very opposed to Suyu's decision to take the risk and attract the demon faction. However, Suyu insisted, so she had no choice but to cooperate. Is everything prepared? Suyu asked. Empress Star Rain nodded. Everything is prepared according to your instructions. Yes, success or failure depends on this. Suyu's eyes were sharp. The current situation could be said to be completely under his control. He had never intended to actively hunt down Elder Xiao Mo. Elder Xiao Mo was very cautious, so even if he set up a slight trap, Elder Xiao Mo would quickly detect it and escape. It would be extremely difficult to catch him in the future. Therefore, Suyu decided to let Elder Xiao Mo take the initiative to come. That was why Suyu had deceived him with the fake 9 Serenities crystal. Elder Xiao Mo must have come in a rage, ready to take back what Suyu had cheated him of. In fact, he had no idea. What Suyu wanted was not the little thing he had on him, but his life. Let's wait and see. Suyu took out 2 bottles of yin devil qi. One could see with the naked eye that the yin devil qi inside seemed to have sensed something and began to stir, at the same time. The mindful emperor and Zi Jun had been in Nanming City for several months. Great Emperor, I have already investigated every corner of Nanming City. I can confirm that there are no hidden forces, Zijun said calmly. She looked at the mindful emperor's back and secretly shook her head. The great emperor was too cautious. He had thought that everyone was like him, hiding their abilities. As a result, the great emperor had neglected Dongming City's affairs and specially stayed in Nanming City to observe and investigate. And the result? Nothing. The hidden forces that the Empress Godbrother had mentioned did not exist at all. Now it seemed that the other party was just bluffing. But the great emperor had believed him. The mindful emperor sighed softly. He had witnessed Suyu's superb disguising techniques and had thought that Suyu was an expert. Empress Starrain was just like him, a shrewd person. Unfortunately, Months of observation proved that his guess was wrong. Nanming City was indeed very weak. From all the clues, there were no signs that they were hiding their abilities. It seemed like Xing Yu's godbrother was just pretending to be mysterious so that he could not be sure. Let's prepare to return to Dongming City. The mindful emperor sighed softly. He had delayed for too long and could not stay here any longer. He had to return to Nanming City as soon as possible. Zijun felt aggrieved. She had said that Nanming City was not worth making friends with. Because of this, the mindful emperor had reprimanded her. Now it seemed that she was right and the great emperor was wrong. Chapter 2588. The mindful emperor nodded. He took a step forward, and a time domain slowly spread out. He was prepared to use the time domain to shorten the time needed to return to Dongming City. However, at this moment, Emperor Mindful suddenly stopped and looked towards the sky. He frowned deeply. Demon sect. Zijun, take a look. Although he could not see it with his naked eyes, he could feel a dense and pure demon chi rapidly approaching Nanming City. He was not too sure. This was Nanming City, one of the 4 most important cities in the dream-shattered boundary. There were many experts in the city. Unless the demon sect invaded, they would not have the guts to approach Nanming City. Otherwise, they would not have the guts to approach Nanming City. Therefore, he asked Zijun to confirm. The latter nodded. Countless cracks suddenly appeared in her black and white eyes. A complete eyeball was thus divided into thousands of small eyeballs. It looked somewhat horrifying. She looked up at the sky and shot out thousands of mysterious light beams into the depths of the world. Each of the thousands of small eyeballs in her eyes reflected a different scene. This was Zijun's special ability, observing the heavens and earth. With just one look, he could see the situation in every corner of the world without any error. He could even see half of the dream-shattered boundary. He could be called the number 1 godly eye in the dream-shattered boundary. Therefore, Emperor Mindful relied on Zijun. After looking for a while, Zijun's expression became slightly solemn. There is indeed a demon sect. There are about 3,000 of them, and among them, oh my god, there is a demon sect elder. The appearance of a demon sect elder was very different from an ordinary demon sect. It was easy to recognize him. Emperor Mindful's pupils shrank. A demon sect elder. Such an existence would not easily show himself. Why would he openly lead the demon sect to attack Nanming City? Where? Emperor Mindful's heart palpitated. His mouth was dry. That was a demon sect elder. Once captured, he could exchange for 500 contribution point. In the entire dream-shattered boundary, the one with the most contribution points was Emperor Xiao Hao. But he only had 600 contribution points. If he could capture a demon sect elder, he could get 500 contribution points. In addition to the 400 contribution points he had already obtained. Wouldn't he be able to get 900 contribution points in one go? Not only would he be able to exchange for 3 low-grade sovereign artifacts, but he would also be able to exchange for a mid-grade artifact. Low-grade magic treasures already had the ability to destroy heaven and earth, let alone mid-grade magic treasures. If they could get their hands on it, their chances of winning the contest for the throne would greatly increase. Let's hurry over. Emperor Mindful moved decisively and rushed over. At the same time, Elder Xiao Mo led a large group of demons to the satellite city. The demonic chi in his hand kept drifting towards the center of the city. That was where Su Yu was. The Zither Devil was a little uneasy. Master, this place isn't far from Southbright City. What if we alarm the old monsters in the city? It was said that Empress Star Rain had 10 Downlord-level experts by her side at all times. In addition, there were some tunnel masters in the city who could listen to Empress Star Rain. The strongest person on this trip was their teacher, but he was only at the late stage of Nirvana Void. Once they encountered a tunnel master, they would have nowhere to run. Elder Xiao Mo calmly said, "There's no need to be afraid. There's still a considerable distance between this place and Southbright City. They shouldn't be able to sense the local situation. In addition, we came too suddenly. I don't think Southbright City will be prepared." He had decided to lead people to attack Southbright City on the spur of the moment. Could it be that someone had foresight and set up an ambush here? Kill. Elder Xiao Mo led a large group of people from the demon faction, like a majestic dark cloud, descending upon the courtyard in the city with a loud bang. The terrifying demonic energy immediately caused the strong men in the city to panic. However, the demon faction had considerable experience in attacking cities. Before entering the city, they had already set up a great formation unique to the demon faction, sealing the entire city within it. In this way, the people inside could not get out, and the people outside could not get in. Until the people of the demon faction finished their business. They ignored the panicking people in the city and headed straight for the courtyard. Standing outside the courtyard, Elder Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes. Zither Devil, you lead people in from the east gate. I'll lead people in from the west gate. Make sure the people inside don't escape. The Zither Devil did not suspect anything and immediately led people in from the east gate. However, Elder Xiao Mo stood motionless at the west gate. In his palm lay a blood-stained life token. That was the Zither Devil's life token. Once the Zither Devil died, the life token would immediately shatter. He was already right in front of Su Yu's feet, yet Elder Xiao Mo was still so cautious. It was obvious how cautious he was. Crack! All of a sudden, the Zither Devil's life token shattered without warning. The courtyard was completely silent, without the slightest movement. The death of the Zither Devil was like a lamb entering the mouth of a tiger. Elder Xiao Mo's eyes turned, and he shouted, "Retreat with me." He was very clear about the Zither Devil's abilities. Even if he encountered a Nirvana realm being, he would still have the ability to escape. Even if he could not escape, he could send a distress signal. However, the Zither Devil had died before he could even send out a message. It was obvious that the danger he had encountered had surpassed the Nirvana Void realm. It was very likely that it was the work of an underground master. Therefore, Elder Xiao Mo had sensed danger and decisively led people to retreat. However, retreating now was obviously a step too late. Isn't it a pleasure to have a friend come from afar? Elder Xiao Mo, you came all the way here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Su Yu's clear voice floated with the wind. Elder Xiao Mo's pupils shrank fiercely. Did the other party already know that he would come? In that case, was this an ambush? Did the other party deliberately deceive him with the fake 9 Serenities crystal, provoking him to chase after him out of anger, and then stepping into a trap? At this moment, Elder Xiao Mo finally realized that the other party was not after his things, but his life. Retreat quickly, Elder Xiao Mo anxiously roared, and he teleported out of the city. However, just as he was about to step out, a massive formation surged out from above the satellite city. This formation was similar to the Great City Barrier Formation of Nanming City. Its power had already reached the level of an underworld master. Even an ordinary underworld master might not be able to break through it. Elder Xiao Mo collided with it and was immediately bounced back. He let out a furious roar, and a powerful demonic sound came from his mouth, trying to shatter the entire formation. However, the formation did not budge in the slightest. There was a flash of anxiety in his eyes. "Open for me." His back wriggled, and a pair of pitch-black wings appeared. As he flapped his wings in his dream, a violent hurricane swept out. With an unstoppable force, a small part of the satellite city was swept up into the air, and it crashed into the formation with a loud bang. Crack! A crisp sound came from within the formation, and a crack actually appeared. This was the demon faction elder. His power could not be measured by his cultivation base. Especially after he had been demonized. Chapter 2589. With a series of cracking sounds, the cracks became more and more obvious. In just a while, Elder Xiao Mo would be able to break it open. However, it was at this moment that the people arranged by Empress Star Rain finally made their move. 9 silver-robed elders at the level of Earth Dao Masters attacked coldly. Earth Dao Masters were powerful not only because their domains were more profound, but also because their power was several times that of Shen Dao Masters. Not to mention that there were 9 of them attacking together. Elder Xiao Mo was only a mere Nirvana Void Shen Dao Master. Facing the attacks of 9 Earth Dao Masters, only death awaited him. At this moment of danger, Elder Xiao Mo clenched his teeth and flapped his wings. A few demons in the distance were instantly shredded into blood mist by the wind created by his wings. Elder Xiao Mo took a deep breath and sucked all of the blood mist into his mouth. In an instant, his already dark body changed again. His body rapidly expanded, and the wings on his back became even larger and more ferocious. His hands became extremely sinister. His 10 fingers were like divine weapons. Demon descend. Elder Xiao Mo crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the huge wings on his back wrapped around his entire body, forming a huge ball. Then, the ball rapidly rotated on the spot. Waves of terrifying air were stirred up, forming a whirlpool with him at the center. For a moment, the sun, moon, and stars rotated, and the mountains, rivers, and earth were turned upside down. The entire heavens and earth were turned upside down by the whirlpool. The attacks of the 9 Earth Lords were also scattered by the whirlpool of the gale. What was even more strange was that as the whirlpool intensified, the ball continued to expand and emit a strange bright red color. Be careful, this is the secret technique of the demon sect elders. Demon descends. The reason why the demon sect elders had never been caught was because of the demon sect elders themselves. Aside from the fact that the demon sect elders themselves were secretive and low profile, making it difficult for them to be discovered. Their own strength was also of utmost importance. Every demon sect elder had been baptized by the holy demon blood and had a sliver of a technique unique to high-level demons. Demon descend. Once it was used, the demon sect elders' life force would rapidly decrease. Perhaps their lifespan of 1 million years would be reduced to 500,000 years, or they might even die on the spot due to overexertion. He was the once famous elder of the evil cult, Elder Golden Demon. Because he had been surrounded by several sovereigns, he had unleashed the descent of the devil, using the unparalleled might of the devil suppressing the world to force back the sovereigns and retreat. It was said that this was a plan that had been concocted by several sovereigns for a very long time. The power they had prepared was enough to kill an existence close to the master of the heavenly law. However, in the end, it was Elder Jin Mo, who had created Mo Lin, who had counterattacked and killed all of them. From this, one could see how terrifying the demon advent was. Of course, Elder Jin Mo had to pay a heavy price. Not long after he returned to the demon sect, he died because of overdrawing his life force. Now that Elder Xiao Mo had used the devil's descent in the midst of danger, it was enough for the 9 Earth Lords to treat it seriously. All of you, die. Elder Xiao Mo's cold and furious voice rang out from within the sphere. Bang! Strangely, the spinning vortex suddenly turned in the opposite direction. The result was that the entire world was crushed into pieces by the 2 opposing forces and scattered all over the ground. The 9 Dao Lords had no choice but to join forces and unleash their own Dao Lord power barrier to protect the city below from being destroyed. Creak! The sound of crystal shattering could be heard one after another. Visible to the naked eye, the mountains, rivers, and earth were all shattered, revealing streaks of 9-colored cracks. That was the barrier outside the 8-star civilization. It was this barrier that held the 8-star civilization together, preventing it from falling into the boundless void. Puff! The 9 Dao Lords' faces were slightly pale, and one of them even had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. When the 2 opposing forces slowly dissipated, Lin Fan's eyes widened. The 9 Dao Lords retracted their powers and took the initiative to attack Elder Xiao Mo. They must not give Elder Xiao Mo another chance to explode. Bang! 9 streaks of earth-shattering power bombarded the sphere. However, the strange thing was that not only did the sphere not shatter, but it also expanded even faster. Moreover, it became more and more unstable. It was like something that was about to explode. Be careful. The 9 Dao Lords' expressions became more serious. Elder Xiao Mo was too difficult to deal with. They attacked from afar to ensure that they would not be in danger. However, what shocked them was that the more they attacked, the more obvious the changes in Elder Xiao Mo became. The other's body expanded faster and faster, and the fluctuations in his body became more rapid. Soon, the entire world was filled with the flickering radiance of Elder Xiao Mo, illuminating the universe and everyone's faces. Stop! Finally, some of the Dao Lords realized that something was wrong. He seems to be absorbing our attacks. As expected. After they stopped attacking, Elder Xiao Mo's changes no longer intensified. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to realize it now. Why didn't you guys attack a little longer? The sphere finally unfurled, revealing Elder Xiao Mo's true form. His arms were wrapped around his chest, and there was an incomparably huge energy sphere. The sphere reverberated with waves of Tao Lord's power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Those powers were the combined attacks of the 9 Tao Lords. They were all absorbed by Elder Xiao Mo and gathered in front of his chest. Protect the Empress. The 9 Tao Lords' eyes flickered, their eyelids twitching. That was all their combined attack just now. If they were to release it all at once, the power would be something that only the 9 Tao Lords could barely withstand. The rest of the living beings would definitely be annihilated. You forced me to sacrifice nearly 30% of my life to unleash Demon Advent. If I don't annihilate all of you, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Elder Xiao Mo was furious. The price of Demon Advent was too heavy. Directly losing a third of his life this time had an obvious effect on him. If he didn't exact revenge with blood and iron, how could he live up to the loss of a third of his life? Explode. Elder Xiao Mo pinched the sphere and released a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. An incomparably blinding light exploded from the sphere. The entire world was blinded by the light. Everything in the world, living beings, houses, streets, cities, everything melted in the light. When the light dissipated, the energy sphere in front of Elder Xiao Mo's chest dissipated, and the entire world shattered. What was left of the city was a bottomless pit, and nothing else. Heaven and earth, the universe was filled with 9 colored cracks. The 9 Tao Lords were all lying on the ground, barely breathing. With just one strike, everything was destroyed. This was the terrifying part of Demon Advent. Elder Xiao Mo panted, taking a few deep breaths. Looking at the destroyed city, he was finally satisfied, setting a trap for this old man. Young man, you're still too inexperienced. As he spoke, he turned and left. The huge commotion here would probably attract the attention of Southern Dawn City. The current him had already expended a lot of his strength, and was probably unable to deal with any more experts. Chapter 2590. What is that? Elder Xiao Mo was shocked. He could not sense anything in front of him at all. How could he have crashed into it? Just as he was in shock, a scene that made his eyes widen appeared. A majestic formation lay in front of him. It was the giant formation that had prevented him from leaving just now. But hadn't he already forcefully broken through the formation a long time ago? Moreover, it had already been crushed into dust by his last attack. Why was it still here? Looking behind him, Elder Xiao Mo was completely stunned. The satellite city below was still there, safe and sound. The living creatures, houses, and streets were all safe and sound. The world around him was still intact, without the slightest bit of change. The 9 Supremes Pathmasters did not look like they were dying, instead attacking him with all their might. Elder Xiao Mo wondered if he was dreaming. Could it be that everything just now was a dream? But the weakness of his body told Elder Xiao Mo that everything had been real. He had used copy, which had consumed 1/3 of his power. But nothing had changed. Illusion. He suddenly remembered that Su Yu had used 10 billion fake 9 abyss crystals to successfully deceive his eyes. Could everything he had experienced just now have been an illusion created by Su Yu? If that was the case, Elder Xiao Mo could not believe it. He had activated demon arrival at all costs, but all that had been destroyed was an illusion. Of course, from an outsider's point of view, Elder Xiao Mo had rushed to the front of the formation and stood there in a daze, then roared loudly to himself and used copy. Then, he had raised his palm inexplicably, saying that he would make them pay. And in the end, he had looked relaxed. It was as if he had been acting alone. Understanding this, Elder Xiao Mo's blood boiled. He was so furious that he almost spat out blood. Su Yu, you. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He had been tricked into sacrificing 1/3 of his lifespan. In the courtyard of the city, Su Yu walked out with his hands clasped behind his back, standing in the air. He looked at Elder Xiao Mo calmly. This has nothing to do with me. Who asked you to be the one who lost your cool? He wouldn't be able to maintain such a huge illusion for long. At most, it would only last for half a cup of tea's time. However, Elder Xiao Mo had used Demon Advent right from the start, and as a result, he had lost a third of his lifespan. "I'll destroy you." Elder Xiao Mo was still in his Devil's Advent state, his ferocity undiminished. Without turning his head, Su Yu said to the 9 Supremes' underground masters, "You should understand the weakness of the demon arrival, right? Don't attack too fiercely, or it will be absorbed by him." The 9 Supremes' Tao Lords were in awe. If Su Yu had not forced his opponent to use the Demon Advent in advance and discovered the power of the Demon Advent, Su Yu would not have been able to kill him. They were really going to fall for it. If that's the case, then try your best to capture him. The 9 Supremes switched from a ferocious attack to a close-range attack. In this way, it would be very difficult for Elder Xiao Mo, who was in the state of Demon Advent, to absorb their power. Elder Xiao Mo roared furiously. He, who had been caught by the others, had no way to retaliate and was beaten up by the group. Scram! Elder Xiao Mo roared, and his body expanded again. The 9 Earth Lords hurriedly retreated, their expressions incomparably grave. The second demon descends, his strength is going to increase explosively. "Be careful," the 9 Supreme Tao Lords shouted. The first demon descends could absorb the enemy's attack. The second demon descends could increase one's strength by at least a level. He was now at the later stage of Nirvana Void, but with the demon descends, he could become an existence at the level of a Tao Lord. In fact, he might even be stronger than the 9 Supreme Tao Lords. As expected, Elder Xiao Mo's strength had increased explosively, surpassing the 9 Supreme Tao Lords. "All of you, die!" Elder Xiao Mo roared furiously. The second demon descends, he had sacrificed another third of his lifespan. This caused Elder Xiao Mo's eyes to bulge. He did not have much lifespan to begin with, and after the second demon descends, there was not much left. Roar! He let out a wild roar, exploding with the unique talent of Elder Xiao Mo. Demonic Roar! The demonic roar of the Nirvana Void Realm did not have much power. But the demonic roar at this moment was extremely terrifying. The 9 Supreme Tao Lords' bodies ruptured on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Su Yu, who was in midair, was caught off guard. He was shattered into a mist of blood by the demonic roar. Among all of them, the one that Elder Xiao Mo hated the most was undoubtedly Su Yu. With his death, Elder Xiao Mo's anger was reduced by more than half. He looked at the heavily injured 9 Supreme Tao Lords, as well as Su Yu, who had come out to seek his own death. Elder Xiao Mo's calmed mind suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that this is also an illusion? I don't think so. How could an illusion be created so easily? Elder Xiao Mo muttered to himself. But the world in front of him suddenly fluctuated. It was as if someone had wiped away the dust on a mirror, revealing its true nature. In the end, Elder Xiao Mo could not believe that Su Yu, who had clearly died, was standing in front of him, safe and sound, maintaining his posture as if he was talking to him. As for the 9 Supreme Tao Lords, they stood behind Su Yu, not stepping forward to attack. The second demon descends. His cultivation will reach the level of a Tao Lord, and the power of his demonic roar will greatly increase. Make good records and make preparations, Su Yu said calmly. Why would he come out of the yard for no reason? His goal was to set up a second illusion for Elder Xiao Mo. And he did not disappoint Su Yu. With another demon descending, he had sacrificed a third of his life. His life had already been tricked by Su Yu into severing 60%, leaving him with less than 40%. Elder Xiao Mo was stunned for a long time before he accepted the reality before him. He was furious, feeling like a monkey that had been toyed with. Su Yu. As he roared, he was about to use the demonic roar. The 9 Tao Lords snorted coldly, opening their mouths to let out a sound at the same time. The 9 Tao Lords' voices combined into one, resisting Elder Xiao Mo's fierce roar. They collided in the void, destroying each other. But the combined might of the 9 Tao Lords was obviously a notch higher, causing Elder Xiao Mo to vomit blood. Moreover, the 9 Tao Lords pressed forward, attacking him with their strength at close range. Elder Xiao Mo was in pain, and he roared in anger, "Demon!" he was prepared to sacrifice another third of his life to activate the third demon descending. Once it was activated, Su Yu and the others would really die. Elder Xiao Mo rolled his eyes as he looked at Su Yu, who was smiling at him, not far from him. Could this also be an illusion? It must be. Su Yu was tricking him into activating the third demon descending, so that he would kill himself. As he thought of this, Elder Xiao Mo endured the pain and told himself in his heart, hold on. Hold on for a while. The illusion will crumble on its own. However, after holding on for a cup of tea's time, he was already covered in wounds from the 9 Dao Lord's attacks, and he was on the verge of death. The illusion had not been dispelled. It was only at this moment that he understood that this was the real reality. Demon descending. As he thought of this, Elder Xiao Mo let out a loud roar, activating the third demon descending. But the 9 Dao Lords were prepared, and they struck out with their palms. Chapter 2591. Elder Xiao Mo roared in pain, but more than that, he was filled with grief and indignation. The dignified Elder Mo was actually toyed with in the palm of someone else's hand. It was laughable that he had mistakenly thought that he was in an illusion and suffered so many attacks for no reason. Wow! Crouching on the ground, Elder Xiao Mo spurted another mouthful of blood. A mouthful of demonic blood evaporated on the ground, giving off an incomparable amount of demonic energy, making Elder Xiao Mo's face look sinister and evil. Little Su, I won't let you off. Elder Xiao Mo's facial features quickly blurred, his entire body expanding into a huge black mist within the pitch-black devil chi. Once he sacrificed his life, the demon's descent would begin and could not be interrupted. Although the 9 Earth Lords acted in time, Elder Xiao Mo still successfully activated the third demon advent. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Elder Xiao Mo lost his body and turned into a huge cloud of demonic mist. The demonic mist rose into the sky and transformed into a gigantic sinister face. Since you've forced me to this extent, none of you should even think about surviving, the giant face roared. He only had 10% of his life left, so he couldn't live much longer. How could he be willing to let the surnamed Su accompany him in death? With a furious roar, the giant face opened its mouth and took a deep breath. In an instant, the entire world began to distort. Visible to the naked eye, layers of wrinkles appeared in the space. It was like a piece of white paper that had been twisted by someone. Moreover, as he continued to use force, the white paper wrinkled even more, and there were faint signs of it breaking. Bang! With a loud explosion, a corner of the world was torn open, revealing the 9-colored formation. Then, explosions rang out one after another from all over the world. Demon-defying void. Elder Xiao Mo's giant face roared furiously. The entire world twisted and collapsed at an even faster speed. In the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, everyone will fall into a state of collapse. The 9 Dao Lords attacked one after another. All of them displayed everything they had learned in their lives. Domain, Dao artifact, precious technique. Multicolored attacks bombarded the huge demonic mist. However, not only did it not reduce the demonic mist, it even made it expand. That was the effect of the second demon's advent, which allowed him to absorb the attacks of others and turn them into his own. Left with no other choice, the 9 Supremes Dao Masters could only brace themselves and engage in close combat. However, Elder Xiao Mo was currently invisible and formless. Ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to harm her even if they hit the air. On the other hand, Elder Xiao Mo was the one who kept extending his mist-like tentacles, sending the 9 Earth Lords flying from time to time. Not long after, the 9 Supremes Dao Masters were covered in injuries. They gritted their teeth and felt that this was a thorny problem. The current situation was that Elder Xiao Mo could attack them, but they couldn't attack Elder Xiao Mo. He could only watch as Elder Xiao Mo continued to activate the defying demon void, causing the entire world to distort. After attacking for so long, they had no choice but to retreat. Empress, let's retreat. There's nothing else we can do. The 9 Supreme Earth Pathmasters were incredibly grave. They still had a chance to escape before the spatial distortion reached its limit. Empress Star Rain was extremely unwilling. Should he just give up like this? For today's operation, she had personally supervised the arrangements and put in a lot of effort. Countless resources were used in the Empress Hall. But the result was so cruel, all his previous efforts were wasted. Her heart was gloomy, and she could not help but look at Su Yu. What made her eyes light up was that Su Yu was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was calm, and he didn't seem to be panicking at all. Instead, he felt as if everything was under his control. At this time, the spatial distortion had reached an extremely serious level. The sound of houses collapsing from the spatial compression could be heard everywhere in the entire satellite city. Beneath the ground, the sound of earth veins breaking could be heard everywhere. Perhaps in less than half a cup of tea's time, everything in front of them would be destroyed. Swish outside the world. Two figures rushed over at this moment. They were none other than the mindful emperor and Zijun, who had come to capture Elder Xiao Mo. The two of them stared at the distorted world in front of them, at the terrifying demonic fog. Even the mindful emperor could not help but tremble. Traces of fear spread through his heart. Are the demon faction elders really so terrifying? The mindful emperor said in shock. As they approached, Zijun's divine eyes had already confirmed the other party's identity. The last-ranked elder of the demon faction, Xiao Mo. This person's ability was the weakest among the demon faction elders. It was said that he had yet to break through to the level of a pathmaster. However, the scene before them was beyond imagination. With his own strength, he was able to contend against 9 supreme Earth Pathmasters and destroy the world. It was no wonder that Elder Jin Mo had been able to reverse the situation and fight against the many descendants of the rulers all by himself. Zijun swallowed hard, her eyes filled with awe. Her heart trembled. Facing such an existence, she did not even have the courage to resist. The mindful emperor let out a long sigh. No wonder Elder Xiao Mo was captured alive. He could not help but give up on the idea of capturing the demon faction elder alive. Unless he was currently in Dongming City, facing countless supreme Earth Pathmasters. Even so, he had to be mentally prepared to sacrifice many supreme Earth Pathmasters. Let's retreat in case we get caught up in the battle, the mindful emperor said decisively. Zijun nodded and was about to retreat when suddenly, a small eyeball in her eyes reflected an unusual scene. Amidst the collapse of the world, a silver-haired human with long hair danced in the wind. He slowly pointed a mystical finger at the demonic fog that could devour the world. Silence. With this order, a melodious song resounded through the world. The voice was beautiful and pleasant, as if the goddess of the 9 heavens was singing. Just one sentence was enough to make one's entire soul undergo an unprecedented sublimation. It was as if the past of life was pale, and only this moment was eternal. The beings of the earth were the same. The 9 supreme Earth Pathmasters were the same. Empress Star Rain did not avoid it either. Even the mindful emperor and Zijun, who were far away at the end of the world, could hear the sound of nature. Zijun heard it immediately and lost consciousness on the spot. Her eyes became blurry and lifeless. The mindful emperor was also lost in thought at first. However, the defensive artifact on his body let out a piercing alarm, causing the mindful emperor to wake up in time. Time freeze. He hurriedly stopped time to prevent himself from falling into the song again. He decisively pulled Zijun and retreated, his eyes filled with deep shock. What kind of song was that? He, who was at the Nirvana Void Realm, was hit on the spot. If this was a battlefield and the enemy suddenly attacked, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. He would probably be killed by the enemy before the defensive artifact could wake him up. In the distorted world, the demonic fog formed by Elder Xiao Mo could devour all attacks. However, it could not devour attacks that came from the soul. Hearing the song, the demonic fog immediately stopped devouring and continued to shrink. Finally, it shrank back into Elder Xiao Mo's form. His eyes were lifeless as he stood there motionlessly, having lost the ability to think. The great Elder Xiao Mo was so easily subdued. Chapter 2592. Not bad. He used the charming Empress of the 9 Serenities. With her singing, she successfully subdued Elder Xiao Mo. Looking at the dumbfounded Elder Xiao Mo, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief, then used his soul energy to scan the surroundings. Apart from Elder Xiao Mo, everyone else was startled awake. Empress Star Rain withdrew her consciousness, her body swaying. His blurry vision became clear. When he saw Elder Xiao Mo standing right in front of him, he subconsciously screamed in fright. When the others saw Elder Xiao Mo clearly, they were horrified and retreated in shock. Suyu said, "Don't panic, this person is already under my control." Only then did they calm down a little. "Look carefully, isn't that right?" Elder Xiao Mo's eyes were dull, a sign that he had lost his sense of self. The Star Rain Empress Paleface regained some color, and she complained, "Big brother, why didn't you use such a powerful move earlier?" She didn't quite understand. Since he could easily control Elder Xiao Mo, what was the point of his previous arrangements? If he had controlled it from the start, wouldn't everything have been fine? In the end, not only did the many methods they had painstakingly set up not work, they even nearly fell into a dangerous situation. Suyu squinted his eyes and said slowly, "This is because Elder Xiao Mo still has another powerful technique that he hasn't used yet. So, if he doesn't use it, how would I dare to use it rashly?" "Is that so? Elder Xiao Mo?" This sentence was directed at Elder Xiao Mo. Queen Star Rain was taken aback. "Big brother, who are you talking to?" Yuren was also stunned. It seemed like Suyu was talking to Elder Xiao Mo, but wasn't he being controlled? Sure, almost at this moment, Elder Xiao Mo, who had clearly been controlled, suddenly shot out a frightening light from his eyes. His skinny demonic claws tore through the air as he tried to grab Suyu. "Little Su, no matter how cunning you are, you still can't escape death." As it turned out, Elder Xiao Mo's consciousness had indeed been affected by the song at first. However, he had a defensive magic treasure that the Devil Lord had personally bestowed upon him. Back then, he had performed a miraculous feat and was accepted as an in-name disciple by the Devil Lord. At the same time, he was also given a defensive treasure. With the existence of that item, he was able to wake up in time. However, he remained calm and collected, taking advantage of the situation to give Suyu a ruthless blow. He thought that this attack was sudden and ruthless, and that no matter how cunning Suyu was, it would be impossible for him to dodge it. However, Suyu seemed to have expected this, and he said nonchalantly, "Aren't you afraid that this is an illusion?" Elder Xiao Mo's hand speed visibly slowed down, but then suddenly sped up. "Who cares if it's an illusion or not, I'll just kill him." In any case, it was just a single strike. Even if it was an illusion, it wouldn't affect anything. Puff, his palm penetrated through Suyu's 30 feet of defense and struck his chest. That realistic feeling made Elder Xiao Mo feel much more assured. Suyu was doomed. However, at the moment when it touched Suyu's hand, a violent black electric current suddenly gushed out from the space between Suyu's brows. After the black electric current surged out, it instantly sank into Elder Xiao Mo's body like a sharp arrow. As a result, an extremely crisp sound came from Elder Xiao Mo's body. Shockingly, the defensive magic treasure that the Devil Lord had bestowed upon him had shattered. Elder Xiao Mo was overwhelmed with shock. That defensive artifact was personally refined by the Devil Lord, and its grade was unimaginably high. Even a peak Dao Lord's attack could be blocked. It actually shattered in an instant. What was that black electric current? Wait. That demonic energy is. Elder Xiao Mo was shocked. He didn't recognize that black electric current, but wasn't the demonic energy contained within it the Devil Lord's? However, before he could say anything, the remaining black electric current was no longer obstructed, and instantly destroyed Elder Xiao Mo, turning him into a mass of blood mist, which scattered all over the sky. However, he didn't die. The drops of blood mist seemed to have a life of their own, and they quickly gathered together and reformed into Elder Xiao Mo. However, he seemed extremely weak. He wasn't even a tenth of his normal state. The effect of the demon arrival had also disappeared because of the destruction just now. It was easy to imagine the fate of a crippled body. Today, he had nowhere to run. However, Elder Xiao Mo took out a wine gourd. It was unknown what was contained in the gourd. He grabbed the gourd and warned in a stern voice, "Don't move. Otherwise, we'll die together." Everyone looked at the gourd with grave expressions. Elder Xiao Mo was like a cornered beast at the moment, and it was hard to say what dangerous trump card he would take out. "Then we'll die together," Suyu said with a faint smile. It's just a bottle of time realm, isn't it? Not only did he guess that Elder Xiao Mo had something bestowed upon him by the Devil Lord, but he also guessed that Elder Xiao Mo might be a slave with 2 surnames. Not only was he a member of the demon faction, but he was also likely to have colluded with another force. Because he had a net worth of tens of billions, no matter how he tried to explain it. Among the 10 great demon faction elders, except for Elder Jiu Mo, the other 9 elders couldn't have such a huge net worth. The only possibility was that he had another source of money. In the entire Dream-Broken realm, there were only a handful of people who could casually hand over 10 billion time crystals to Elder Xiao Mo. The most likely one was Xiaohao, who thought he was good at planning, right? He bribed people everywhere, and the Supreme One faction was an example. Therefore, Su Yu wasn't surprised that Elder Xiao Mo had been bribed. The time realm in the gourd confirmed Su Yu's guess even more. He had already turned to Xiaohao. How did you know? Elder Xiao Mo was shocked, and his eyes flashed with panic. Su Yu walked over step by step and said calmly, I also know that it was Xiaohao who gave it to you. Elder Xiao Mo's psychological defense collapsed with a bang, and he scolded in a stern voice, Who the hell are you? It was unimaginable for a human to have infinite wealth. Su Yu could even know his secrets. This made Elder Xiao Mo feel extremely terrified. What kind of existence was he making an enemy out of? Me. Haha. The space realm slowly surged under Su Yu's feet, and the 2 of them were instantly transported elsewhere. Looking at the strange area nearby, Elder Xiao Mo's face changed dramatically. The space realm. He looked at Su Yu in horror, as if he had remembered something. Su Yu smiled and slowly took off the bamboo hat on his head, revealing a face that Elder Xiao Mo could still vividly remember. Ah, it's you, the descendant of the Space Master. In the past, he had accidentally discovered Su Yu, the descendant of the Space Master, and had launched a mad hunt for him twice. But he had escaped both times. Elder Xiao Mo never dreamed that the junior who had been chased like a stray dog would become the pillar of support for the Star Rain Empress in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he had countless trump cards that were so powerful that they made him feel suffocated. It seems like you still remember. I'm honored. Su Yu smiled calmly. Su Yu still couldn't forget the 2 dangerous hunts he had gone through in the past. Chapter 2593. But now, their situations were completely reversed. Elder Xiao Mo had become the meat on the chopping block, while Su Yu was at his mercy. The so-called rotation of mountains and rivers was nothing more than this. Human race. Elder Xiao Mo smiled sadly. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that one day, he would fall into the hands of a puny human that he had once hunted down. At this time, he did not have much life force left in his body, and the powerful magic treasures that the Devil Lord had given him had all been used up. Only the gourd in his palm contained the time domain. However, he understood very well that Su Yu had taken him to another place. It was obvious that he wasn't afraid of the time domain. This old man has roamed unhindered my entire life. To think that I would fall into the hands of a lowly race like yours. I really can't accept this. Elder Xiao Mo looked up to the sky and sighed. He should be the first evil cult elder in history to be captured. He was the first elder to be forced into such a state by the human race. It could be said that he was the disgrace of the demon sect. For someone who betrayed the demon faction and his own clan, it's better not to talk about how lowly other clans are. Su Yu's face was filled with contempt. If they had abandoned their own race, what right did they have to talk about the nobility of their race? Moreover, Su Yu had never considered the human race to be lowly. No matter how lowly they were, there were still existences like the Ren Zhu who looked down on everyone and fought against the sacred mountain. No matter how noble the devil race was, what kind of character would appear? At most, he was just a subordinate saint devil of ancient god Nine Nether. Human race kid, you want to capture me alive, right? Elder Xiao Mo snickered. Su Yu could have ordered the 9 great pathmasters to kill him. But he didn't. It was obvious that Su Yu wanted to capture him alive. His goal was probably to use him to exchange for the Time Ruler's contribution points. Unfortunately, I will not let you succeed. Elder Xiao Mo's body suddenly expanded. Just like before, it seemed like it was about to turn into mist. This is the self-destruction technique of my demon sect. From the body to the soul, everything will be destroyed. You want to use me to make a contribution? Haha, dream on. The self-destruction technique was activated very quickly, and in a few breaths, it had expanded to its limit. Then, amidst Elder Xiao Mo's carefree laughter of victory, he exploded into pieces with a bang and vanished into thin air. A layer of energy shield automatically condensed on the surface of Su Yu's body, blocking out the blood fog. His face was extremely calm. He even felt like laughing. He slowly extended a finger and lightly said, "Bring the dead back to life." Elder Howling Devil wasn't a descendant of a hegemon, nor was he the heir of an ancient god. Naturally, it was within the scope of reviving the dead. The blood mist that filled the sky visibly condensed back into Elder Xiao Mo's body. Even his soul, which had been torn apart, was as good as new. Elder Xiao Mo opened his eyes, and there was a trace of confusion in them. His memory stopped at the scene before his death. "I'm not dead." He subconsciously raised his hands and found that he could still move. He was puzzled. When he raised his head and looked at Su Yu, who was standing calmly near him, Elder Xiao Mo's expression changed. I. Overwhelmed by shock, Elder Xiao Mo stammered incoherently. Su Yu said leisurely, "As long as I don't kill you, it will be difficult for you to die even if you want to." Elder Xiao Mo's eyes were filled with shock as realization dawned upon him. Could it be that you've mastered the domain of life? Only those in the domain of life had the ability to revive the dead. However, how could a person master the domain of space and life at the same time? Could this person be a descendant of the space dominus and the life dominus? It should be impossible. Because the space master and the life master were both women. "Come out," Su Yu said indifferently, not wanting to waste his breath on Elder Xiao Mo. The space storage device on his finger opened, and the charming Empress of the Nine Nether slowly emerged from it. The cultivation that emanated from her body far surpassed that of Elder Xiao Mo. Elder Xiao Mo's expression darkened. Knowing that he had nowhere to run, he shouted in a low voice, "Su, the demon faction will not let you go. If you want to capture an elder of the demon faction, you will have to bear the wrath of the demon faction first." If the demon faction was really angry, who in the Dream Duan realm could stop them? Even the famous Emperor Shao Hao had to give way to them. Su Yu was calm and composed. "Don't worry, the demon faction will not cause me trouble. The little demon master is my good friend for many years. The demon master gave me a defense, and you are the traitor of the demon faction." "What? The little demon master is your..." Elder Xiao Mo couldn't believe it. But then he suddenly understood. He had thought that the little demon master had been rescued by the demon master himself. Now that he thought about it, the little demon master had been released by this person. Moreover, this person had the demonic energy of the demon master, so it was completely reasonable. Thinking of this, Elder Xiao Mo was so angry that he was clapping his hands. He wanted to die, but he couldn't. He wanted to threaten Su Yu, but Su Yu had no fear. He wanted to kill Su Yu, but Su Yu had the charming Empress of the Nine Nether, who was much more powerful than him. This was the most frustrating thing in life. "If you know, then answer my question with peace of mind," Su Yu said lightly. "If I am in a good mood, I will probably grant you a quick death." Elder Xiao Mo's eyebrows twitched. "Answer my question. Did Su Yu have another purpose for capturing me?" His mind became active again. "I want to know where the demon faction's ancient tomb is." However, after hearing this, Elder Xiao Mo's face changed dramatically. He took a deep breath and stared at Su Yu in horror. "You want to go to the demon faction's ancient tomb? Is there a problem?" He captured the uncontrollable fear and dread in Elder Xiao Mo's eyes. Elder Xiao Mo shook his head. Don't ask. I don't know anything." He seemed to fear the demon faction's ancient tomb from his soul. Su Yu said calmly, "If you don't answer, I will make your life a living hell." "You can't say that." Elder Xiao Mo shouted in fear, as if he was afraid of something. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Since he couldn't get an answer, he could only interrogate him forcefully. He gave the charming Empress of the Nine Nether a look. The latter nodded and said softly, "Look into my eyes." Her voice was as ethereal as the sounds of nature, beautiful beyond compare. Those who heard it could not help but be drawn into it, unable to extricate themselves. Elder Xiao Mo did not have any defensive treasures on him, so he had completely fallen into her trap. His eyes were misty, and he had lost himself. Answer me, where is the demon faction's ancient tomb? Elder Xiao Mo's lips parted, involuntarily saying, the demon faction's ancient tomb is. At this moment, Elder Xiao Mo should have already lost himself. It was only right for him to tell her everything he knew. But now, there seemed to be a deep power preventing him from revealing the location of the demon faction's ancient tomb. Su Yu raised his brows. Elder Xiao Mo would rather die than say anything. Could there really be some sort of taboo? Thinking about the mystery of the demon faction's ancient tomb, Su Yu made up his mind. No matter how mysterious or taboo it was, he had to find it. Ask him at all costs, Su Yu said seriously. The charming Empress of the Nine Nether nodded. She walked forward and kissed Elder Xiao Mo's forehead. Chapter 2594. The mark slowly sank into Elder Xiao Mo's head. Under the gaze of Su Yu's soul eyes, he could clearly see that the mark was deeply embedded in Elder Xiao Mo's soul. The mark opened and closed, releasing an ethereal song unique to the charming Empress of the Nine Serenities. The song reached the depths of one's soul, making one unable to think or resist. Suddenly, Su Yu's pupils shrank. He discovered that a 3-inch blood thread, as thin as a strand of hair, had suddenly appeared in Elder Xiao Mo's soul. The blood thread writhed like a worm, as if trying to resist the soul attack. What is that? Su Yu faintly sensed a chilling aura from within the blood thread. The blood thread resisted for a full hour. Only when the mark was about to dissipate did it gradually stop struggling, lying there motionless. Perhaps it was this thing that was preventing Elder Xiao Mo from answering Su Yu's question. Su Yu's heart thumped, and he asked again, where is the demonic tomb? As expected, Elder Xiao Mo was no longer obstructed, and he answered smoothly, it's in the center of the Time Master's realm, under the Holy City. What? The Holy City? Su Yu's pupils shrank. The demonic tomb dared to exist under the Holy City controlled by the Time Master? It was unbelievable. The demonic faction was an existence that the entire Time Realm wanted to capture, yet they had built it under the Holy City and kept it a secret until now. It was really surprising. Although he was surprised, Su Yu's heart was finally at ease. After years of searching, he had finally found the final location of the Sinful Lady Palace. In the demonic tomb under the Holy City. The Holy City. Su Yu's eyes narrowed as he looked at Elder Xiao Mo in front of him. He said slowly, just in time. I need to send Elder Xiao Mo to the Holy City to exchange for contribution points and the ruler's treasures I need. He could also enter the demonic tomb and step into the Sinful Lady Palace. His wish of decades had finally been fulfilled. Su Yu felt an indescribable weariness in his heart. Yunyazi, you died for me back then. I can finally repay your kindness, Su Yu murmured. As he sighed, Su Yu took out a talisman and was about to stick it on Elder Xiao Mo's forehead to seal him in case he woke up and caused trouble. However, right at this moment, the Nine Nether Demonic Empress suddenly groaned in pain, as if she had suffered an invisible injury. Be careful, there's something in his body that's causing a backlash. The charm Empress of the Ninth Nether Demonic Empress eyes were blood red, as if they were dripping blood. That was because her soul had been heavily injured. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. When his soul eye scanned over, he found that the wisp of blood that had been intimidated started to wriggle once more. The power of the lip mark could no longer suppress the blood, and it finally collapsed. Elder Xiao Mo snapped out of his daze. Sensing the abnormality in his body, Elder Xiao Mo's face turned ghastly pale, and his body trembled in fear. You managed to get it out? Su Yu stared at the wisp of blood and asked, is it related to that wisp of blood? Elder Xiao Mo's face turned pale when he found out that Su Yu and the others had really managed to get information about the demonic clan's ancient tomb. His whole body shivered uncontrollably, and he roared, You want to live a life worse than death? Don't implicate me. That's the blood of the Saint Demon. The Saint Demon can sense it. Once I expose the location of the ancient tomb, the saint demon will sense it and make me suffer a fate worse than death. Divine demon blood. One of the 4 divine symbols under the command of ancient god Joyo. As if to verify Elder Xiaomo's words, blood-red veins as thick as a thumb began to appear on the surface of his body. His whole body began to swell like a rubber ball. Su Yu looked over with his naked eye, and he could clearly see that the wisp of saint demon blood was fusing into Elder Xiaomo's limbs and bones. If that happened, and he died, Su Yu's resurrection would not be able to successfully save him. The Time Master had made it very clear that he wanted a living witness that could be interrogated for useful information. A dead Elder Xiaomo was not worth a single cent. He would not be able to exchange for the required contribution points. The treasures of the rulers would also become nothing. Don't even think about taking my people away. Su Yu closed his eyes, and a wave of extremely pure space ripples swept out from his body and entered Elder Xiaomo's body. All the wisps of blood were separated by the power of space, and they were stripped out of Elder Xiaomo's body. Elder Xiaomo, who was on the verge of death, was finally saved. However, this was only the beginning. After the thousands of wisps of blood were separated, they forcefully broke through the barrier of space, and once again converged into a wisp of blood. With a flash, it was about to enter Elder Xiaomo's body again. The charming Empress of the 9 Nether, Su Yu shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, she immediately took out ancient god 9 Nether's bone claw and clawed at it. Strangely enough, those stubborn threads of blood seemed to be naturally countered by ancient god 9 Nether's bone claws. With a swipe of his claw, the blood threads were torn apart by more than half. Seeing this, the 9 Nether demonic empress heaved a sigh of relief. Her intuition told her that the blood traces were extremely dangerous. He didn't expect that more than half of it would be destroyed so easily. However, Elder Xiaomo had no intention of giving up. Instead, he felt even more despair. Shaking his head, he said, "It's useless. You can't deal with the holy demonic blood. As long as there is a trace of it left, it is enough to kill me 100 times over." The charming empress of the 9th Nether demonic empress now had a sliver of confidence, so she had no choice but to attack. In just a few breaths, most of the blood was wiped out. But just as the danger was about to be completely eliminated, the last few threads of blood suddenly stopped moving towards Elder Xiaomo. Instead, he turned around and pointed in the direction of the charming empress. At the same time, wisps of extremely black demon qi emanated from the blood vessels. The purity of the devil qi was countless times stronger than that of the devil master. The devil qi gushed out and condensed into a blurry human form. The facial features and skin couldn't be seen clearly, but the shape could be vaguely made out. On the face, the last few threads of blood converged to form a single eye. The eye shot out bloody light into the sky. A dull and powerful voice resounded through the world like a clap of thunder. "Those who stand in my way are the 10,000 demon disciples." Screech, the black shadow suddenly pounced forward, carrying with it an incomparably dense aura of death. It instantly enveloped the charming empress. Before she even got close, the charming empress felt a strong sense of death. She had fought with the Phoenix King for many years, but she had never felt such a terrifying existence. Su Yu immediately used the space domain and instantly moved the charming empress away. The black shadow pounced on empty air. Where she had stood, a shocking array of 9 colors was left behind. Even an entire 8-star civilization had been thrown away, let alone a living creature. The charming empress sucked in a breath of cold air, her scalp numb. How could the power contained in a few wisps of blood be so terrifying? After missing its attack, the black shadow pounced again. The charming empress was prepared and counterattacked with the skeletal claws of the ancient god of the 9 Nether. The black shadow was slightly afraid of the skeletal claws, but it was just a little. Its powerful figure directly smashed the claw shadows produced by the skeletal claws and rushed towards the charming empress. Even the skeletal claws were useless. Chapter 2595. She wanted to dodge. However, Su Yu was right behind her. If she dodged, Su Yu would surely die. Gritting her teeth, she displayed her domain for the first time. Tens of thousands of beautiful 9 Netherworld's demons appeared. They chanted in unison, producing an incomparably powerful song. This suppressive force was several times stronger than the lip mark. The figure that was sweeping over shook for a moment and showed signs of dispersing. However, the strands of blood suddenly released an intense blood-red light, causing the dissipating devil chi to condense into one again. Not only did the demonic shadow not weaken its attack, it seemed to have sensed that the nine-nether demonic empress was difficult to deal with, and attacked even more fiercely. His domain was instantly broken. The nine-nether demonic empress turned pale with fright. Seeing that she was about to be attacked by the demonic shadow, the nine-nether demonic empress' heart was filled with despair. With the strength of the demonic shadow, there was no way she could survive, right? However, right at that moment, Su Yu, who was behind him, waved his hand, and several white feathers flew over. The demonic shadow casually grabbed the feather. But the moment he grabbed it, a sizzling sound came from the demonic shadow's palm. A large amount of demonic energy surged out, and the entire demonic shadow showed signs of collapsing again. Sure, he quickly shook it off and let out an inexplicable roar as if he was infuriated. His single eye shifted from the demonic empress of the nine nether to Su Yu. With a roar, the demonic figure appeared in an instant. Be careful. The ninth nether succubus empress condensed the power of an earth lord and used her body to block the attack. Su Yu did not panic. Just as the demonic shadow was about to penetrate the demonic empress of the nine nether demonic empress, he flung the black feather gate in his hand. The palm-sized door instantly grew to a height of 1,000 feet and then came crashing down. The speed of the giant door's descent was not fast, so the demonic shadow could easily dodge it. Strangely, the demonic shadow shrieked when it saw the door. It tried its best to dodge, but no matter which direction it dodged in, it could not escape the suppression of the black feather gate. It was as if it was imprisoned by some kind of power. Bang! With a dull sound, the demonic shadow screamed and was suppressed by the black feather gate. The black feather gate absorbed all of his extremely condensed devil chi. That cold and gloomy will was also continuously being obliterated. However, it was unwilling to leave. It said in a dignified and cold voice, "We will meet again." The day they met again would be the day of Su Yu's death. In the end, that will was crushed. There was only a faint trace of blood left, lying there motionless. Su Yu's expression turned slightly grave. The last person to speak should be the holy fiend. But how could he be sure that they would meet again? After thinking for a moment, Su Yu took out the 2 bottles of extreme yin demonic energy. His pupils shrank as he discovered that the devil chi in the 2 bottles was drifting in the same direction. And that direction happened to be the holy city, which was where the ancient tomb of the demon sect was located. Could the so-called Saint Demon be in the demonic faction's ancient tomb? Su Yu's heart sank. It was not easy to find the sinful girl's whereabouts. In the end, a so-called holy demon suddenly appeared. However, not to mention the holy demon, even if the emperor of the holy mountain was inside, he would still make this trip. Su Yu raised his hand and waved, keeping the black feather gate. This object seemed to have a unique restraining effect on ancient god Nine Nether's former subordinates. This included the ancient god skeletal claw in the hands of the demonic empress. With this object, going to the demonic faction's ancient tomb might be able to resolve a lot of danger. Su Yu put it away solemnly. Naturally, he would not forget the traces of blood left behind. Although the energy within had mostly dissipated, it was still frightening. If I can refine it into a divine weapon, it seems to be quite powerful, Su Yu murmured. The demonic empress's eyes flashed, and she said, "Why don't you give it to me? I have some remnant crafting techniques in my mind." Crafting? Su Yu was surprised. At the level of a Dao Lord, one would usually refine a Dao artifact. Moreover, they would refine it according to the Dao they cultivated. He had never heard of a Dao artifact that could be made into someone else's. "Yes, I once helped some of my subordinates craft Dao artifacts," the demonic empress said. "As long as the material contains the Great Path, it can be crafted into a corresponding Dao artifact. Of course, compared to a normal Dao artifact, its power is slightly lower, but that is only relative. If the material is of a very high grade, the Dao artifact crafted can still be far superior to a normal Dao artifact." The origins of the Corpse Clan were still a mystery. It was not surprising that they had any remnant memories left in them. What kind of Tao artifact can you craft with these traces of blood? 3 soul-devouring demonic needles. Can I use it? As long as you are the first to refine it, it will belong to you. Su Yu was tempted. A Tao artifact had a huge drawback, and that was that it could only be activated by the person who crafted it. If others obtained it, it would only be useless. Su Yu had obtained many Tao artifacts from others. Among them, the most famous was the Sinful Lady's sinful sword. However, the sinful sword was useless in Su Yu's hands, except for its sharpness and hardness. It was far less powerful than in the Sinful Lady's hands. Hearing that the demonic empress could craft a Tao artifact for others, how could Su Yu not be shocked? How long will it take to craft it? 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. Fortunately, he could afford to wait this bit of time. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu took out a mass of liquid. It was the liquid that had melted all of Su Yu's belongings when he had been subjected to the pathfire. He had never been willing to throw it away, hoping that one day, he could craft it into a Tao artifact. After all, this liquid could be said to be the culmination of Su Yu's lifetime of opportunities in the outer realm. Almost all of the things he had obtained by chance were in it. Of course, there was a huge problem. Because there were too many things in it, it was very complicated, so it was very difficult to craft it into a Tao artifact. That was why Su Yu had not taken action. Can you craft this item into a Tao artifact? The demonic empress' eyes swept over it and was startled. What is this? She did not recognize it at first glance. Looking at it carefully, she could not help but gasp. What? What is this? It has the aura of the Sinful Lady, the Soul Dominator, the Golden Wing Ancient God, the Son of Heaven, and even the aura of the human ancestor. Her whole body was trembling, as if she was looking at a prehistoric object. Every hair on her body could not help but tremble. It was too incredible, too unimaginable. The auras of so many supreme beings could be fused together. Su Yu was startled, and he could not help but feel a little excited. The aura of the Sinful Lady should be the Sinful Sword. The Soul Dominator's aura was the bronze stone slab. The Golden Wing Ancient God's aura was a pile of broken bones. The Son of Heaven's aura was one of the eyes of the 9-tailed Son of Heaven, the 9-jade spiritual pearl. He did not expect the demonic empress to be able to identify them one by one. It was obvious that she had extraordinary attainments in the Tao of crafting. Chapter 2596. Unfortunately, the demonic empress of the 9 Nether demonic empress had destroyed his hopes. Master thinks too highly of me. The charming empress of the 9th Nether demonic empress laughed bitterly. Even the sovereigns couldn't do anything about it if you gave it to them to refine, much less me. Su Yu was disappointed. The difficulty of refining it into a Tao artifact was simply too great. This is a material for forging a sacred artifact, after all. I simply do not have the ability to do so. Sacred artifact. Su Yu's heart moved. After thinking for a while, he calmly took out the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Can you tell me what kind of artifact this is? The demonic empress of the 9 Nether demonic empress took a closer look at it and asked suspiciously, why does it look like a saint artifact? That shouldn't be possible. Saint artifacts can only be forged during the rebirth of the era by gathering the vast destiny of the world. Even though she felt that Su Yu was unfathomable. However, he did not think that Su Yu was qualified to wield a holy artifact. Only a small number of sacred artifacts would appear during the reopening of an era. Furthermore, only those existences that stood at the apex of the era would wield them. For example, the Sacred Mountain's Son of Heaven, the previous era's 8 great sacred ancestors, the current era's 8 great ancient gods. Su Yu's heart thumped. The mystery that had perplexed him for countless years was finally solved. All this time, he had been unable to figure out the level of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Now, it was finally clear. Sacred artifact. It was a sacred artifact that was above Tao artifacts. Without batting an eyelid, he took it back and asked, what's the difference between a Tao tool and a saint tool? The demonic empress of the 9th Nether demonic empress was very knowledgeable in the art of artifact forging. She said, "The difference is that saint artifacts can destroy the world, while Tao artifacts can destroy people. Saint artifacts are too powerful. Once they're used, it's completely possible for them to destroy the absolute beginning. In the past, several epochs were destroyed prematurely because of the frequent use of saint artifacts. And no matter how powerful a Tao artifact is, it can only be used to kill. The divine nine-dragon cauldron could destroy the world." Su Yu was very doubtful about this. Not only that, the heartless constable of ancient god Gold Profound's successor, the golden Xuanwu, was also a sacred artifact, right? Similarly, it was hard to see that it had the power to destroy the world. Was there anything about the divine nine-dragon cauldron that he had yet to grasp? Su Yu sank into deep thought. Although he had obtained the divine nine-dragon cauldron for a long time, there were still many unsolved mysteries. For example, why would the divine nine-dragon cauldron find him and choose him as its master? In the past, Su Yu would have thought that it was just a coincidence. But now, it was different. There was no such coincidence in the world. Shaking his head, Su Yu stopped thinking about it and asked, "How are doctrine artifacts graded?" "There are a total of 9 grades, ranging from 1-star Tao artifacts to 9-star Tao artifacts." After pondering it for a moment, Su Yu waved his palm and condensed the sinful sword with one thought. What grade is this sword's doctrine artifact? Upon seeing this item, the pupils of the charming Empress of the 9th Nether Demonic Empress narrowed. 8-star Tao artifact, sinful sword. This is the evil girl's sword, right? Why is it in your hands? As Su Yu clenched his fist, the sinful sword dissipated. With another move, a jade cauldron appeared. It was an abandoned Tao artifact that had been discovered by the Dust Sand civilization, a half-star civilization in outer space. 1 star. Su Yu listed a few more doctrine artifacts one by one, and he had a general understanding of their grades. Usually, one's cultivation level would determine the grade of the Tao artifact refined. A Tao artifact of a Tao Lord was usually a 4-star artifact. For example, the Celestial Extermination Seal was a 4-star Tao artifact. So, if this item is successfully refined, how high will its grade be? Su Yu did not have high expectations. He was very satisfied with 3 stars. The 9th Nether Succubus Empress hesitated for a moment before replying, 4.5 stars. 4.5 stars? Su Yu was surprised. The 9th Nether Succubus Empress nodded. "Master, you'll know when it's refined." Perhaps even she was a little uncertain, so she did not dare to say anything for sure. "Let's wait and see," Su Yu said calmly. After cleaning up the scene, he looked at Elder Xiao Mo and said calmly, "Erase his memory from just now." Just now, Elder Xiao Mo had seen Su Yu use several domains with his own eyes. If he were to be handed over to the Time Master just like that, Su Yu would be digging his own grave. The 9th Nether Succubus Empress nodded. With her cultivation level and attainments in the soul, it was only a matter of time before she permanently erased his memory. After taking care of everything and ensuring that nothing was left out, she went back. The Star Rain Empress and the others were also cleaning up the shattered world. When they saw that Su Yu had returned with Elder Xiao Mo in his grasp, they all cheered excitedly. Their hard work had not been in vain. The 9 venerable Pathmasters attacked, sealing Elder Xiao Mo from the inside out at the same time, rendering him unable to move. "There's no time to lose. Send a few venerable elders to escort Elder Xiao Mo to the Holy City," the Star Rain Empress said. Su Yu nodded. "I'll go with you then. Then I'm even more relieved." The Star Rain Empress felt inexplicably relieved. With Su Yu around, things would be much more reliable, even though his cultivation level was not outstanding. At that time, in Beiming City, in the Great Emperor's mansion, Xiao Hao knelt on one knee on the ground, his face grave as he listened to a graceful and luxurious woman reading from a scroll. According to the Special Envoy's investigation, Xiao Hao has conspired to steal the Star Rain Empress's 9 nether crystal. He is sentenced to face the wall for 10 years, and is not allowed to step out of the Great Emperor's mansion. When she finished speaking, the woman swung her palm, and the scroll flew into the sky. All the words in the scroll flew out, turning into chains that sealed the whole Great Emperor's mansion within. This was done by the Time Master herself, and no matter how powerful Xiaohao was, he could not break it. The contest for domination only lasted for 20 years. Xiaohao would be imprisoned for a whole 10 years. It had to be said that this was a heavy blow to him. He could not carry out many of his plans in time. After the woman left, Xiaohao stood up, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Damn thing, how dare you bite back at me? It was easy to guess how he had been reported. However, Xiaohao knew very well what the Star Rain Empress was capable of. She was a naive little girl, and she could not have incited the special envoy to rebel. There must have been an expert helping her in secret. Help me find out who is behind this, Xiaohao said with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, a father and a daughter walked out. Both of them had golden pupils. Hongxian, let's begin. If Su Yu was here, he would definitely recognize the woman named Hongxian. She was none other than Bai Yun Hongxian, the #1 peerless family in the 7 unique civilizations. She had inherited her family's pupils, and could see through the past and the future. She nodded with a blank look on her face. A pair of golden eyes reflected the passage of time. Before long, everything that happened inside and outside the Empress' Great Hall was reflected in her eyes. When Bai Yun Hongxian saw the silver-haired human, her expression changed abruptly. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and her breathing became rapid. She was deeply excited. It's him. How could Bai Yun Hongxian forget him? How could she forget the human named Su Yu? However, everything had happened too quickly. The clone of Prince Xiaoyaro had descended and destroyed everything, causing the world to be fragmented. She, her father, and the old man Xuanji had all been sucked into the crack and fallen into the 8-star civilization. She, who was being controlled by her father, did not even have the time to say goodbye to Su Yu. Hongxian, who did you see? The golden-eyed playboy asked. Strangely, his eyes were closed. From the occasional slits that were exposed, one could see that his eye sockets were pitch black, and there were no eyeballs. Chapter 2597. Bai Yun Hongxian subconsciously blurted out, yes, but when the words reached his mouth, he suddenly changed his mind. It's someone from the evil cult. Her heart was beating non-stop, and the depths of her golden eyes flickered lightly. She and her father had been working for Xiaohao for 10 years. She knew Xiaohao too well. Whoever made an enemy of him would not have a good ending. Su Yu was standing on the Empress Star Rain's side, and if Xiaohao found out about this, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. Hence, she changed her words at the last minute to cover for Su Yu. Demon sect. Xiaohao raised his eyebrows and stared at Bai Yun and Hongxian. You're lying to me. The Devil Gate was an existence that the chief sovereign of time had personally ordered to be destroyed. No matter how muddle-headed his younger sister was, there was no way she would work with the evil cult. Moreover, he had already secretly contacted a traitor of the demon sect as a spy. Why did that traitor know nothing about Empress Star Rain colluding with the demon sect? It's absolutely true. I saw traces of the demon sect in Empress Star Rain's residence. Bai Yun Hongxian replied calmly and firmly. Xiaohao stared at Bai Yun Hongxian for a while. It was only after a long while that he was skeptical. After all, if he could seduce the demon sect, why couldn't Empress Star Rain do the same? Demon sect. Xiaohao snorted coldly. If it wasn't for that old thing's tight-lipped mouth, I would have killed all of you long ago. He had always wanted to find out the exact location of the Devil Gate through Elder Xiao Mo. In order to launch an attack on the demon sect, they did not hope to annihilate the demon sect. It would be great if they could capture a single demon. Unfortunately, Elder Xiao Mo was especially cunning. She had accepted his money, but she had refused to reveal it. What's more, she had refused to show her face easily. He was afraid that Xiaohao would capture him as well. Xiaohao raised his head and looked at the scroll above his head. His expression darkened. 10 years. Is the sovereign trying to kill me? In 10 years, the other hegemonic descendants could do many things. Many of his plans and arrangements could not be carried out. Yangran. Xiaohao pondered for a long time before he called out. The space around Xiaohao fluctuated like water. A beautiful woman walked out from it. Her skin was as white as snow and her beauty was enough to topple cities. Every frown and smile of hers was filled with boundless charm. Why did Emperor Xiao Hao summon me? The peerless beauty named Yangran asked quietly. With a light tap of his finger, the spatial ripples behind him dissipated. If Su Yu was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the space domain, although it was only the most basic. As you can see, I was plotted against and can't leave in the near future. There are some things that I need you to do for me. She smiled sweetly and said, so great Emperor Xiao Hao has also been schemed against. How rare. She seemed to know Emperor Xiao Hao very well. It was just a moment of carelessness, Xiao Hao said indifferently. He stared at the woman in front of him. He did not look down on her at all. Instead, he looked at her as an equal. Is that so? Even the white feather gate was stolen because of carelessness? Yangran smiled faintly. Xiao Hao's face darkened. He was speechless. Indeed, he had been doing things unfavorably recently. Do as I say. Xiao Hao harumphed. Hihi, let's do it. Yangran smiled calmly. However, I'm not strong enough to do it alone. It seemed that she was going to do something for Xiao Hao. The father and daughter will accompany them. I believe they will be of use. Xiao Hao pointed at golden-eyed Langjun and Bai Yun Hongxian. Yanran's eyes landed on golden-eyed Langjun and Bai Yun Hongxian. Finally, her eyes landed on Bai Yun Hongxian. She said indifferently, what an annoying pair of eyes. Bai Yun Hongxian pursed her lips. This was the second time she had met this woman. However, for some reason, this woman seemed to dislike her. It was the same when they first met. Xiao Hao warned her, Yangran, they are very important to me. Don't do anything excessive along the way. He was not at ease with this woman. Hihi, of course not. Yanran's lips curled up. Let's go as soon as possible. Golden-eyed Langjun and his wife took their leave and returned to their cave abode to pack their things. Father, where does Emperor Xiao Hao want us to go with that crazy woman? With Bai Yun Hongxian's help, the blind golden-eyed Langjun slowly walked into the cave abode. Golden-eyed Langjun calmly closed the door of the cave abode and set up an isolation barrier. A trace of viciousness suddenly flashed across his calm face. Slap. He turned around and gave Bai Yun Hongxian a backhand slap on her face. His face was contorted with anger. Bai Yun Hongxian was slapped for no reason. She covered her face and said, Father, why did you hit me? Golden-eyed Langjuan's face was ashen, and his facial features looked ferocious. Why did you lie to Master Xiao Hao? Golden-eyed Langjun scolded. Bai Yun Hongxian averted her eyes and said, I didn't. Still trying to deny it. Golden-eyed Langjun scolded. Do you really think I'm blind? What you saw was another person, not the demon sect at all, right? Bai Yun Hongxian said nothing. Golden-eyed Langjun said coldly, let me guess, who could make you betray Master Xiao Hao and lie to? It's Su Yu, isn't it? Although golden-eyed Langjun was blind, his heart was as clear as a mirror. They had been in the 8-star civilization for 10 years, and Bai Yun Hongxian had never had any close friends. There was no one who could make her take the risk to lie to Xiao Hao. The only possibility was an old friend from the outside world. Furthermore, their relationship was not ordinary. After thinking about it for a long time, Bai Yun Hongxian realized that Su Yu was probably the only person she could not forget. It's not him, Bai Yun Hongxian blurted out. But as soon as she said it, she realized she sounded too anxious. Instead, she allowed her father to guess. Great, it's really Su Yu. Golden-eyed Langjun was just testing her. She didn't expect it to be true. That human bastard who ruined my plans is not only alive, but he even came to an 8-star civilization. It looks like he's doing well. Golden-eyed Langjun tried his best to open his eyes, but they shone with a cold light. Bai Yun Hongxian frowned and said, Father, don't talk about Su Yu like that. He didn't do anything wrong. You bastard, you're still speaking up for Su Yu. Golden-eyed Langjun wanted to slap her. Have you forgotten why we ended up in an 8-star civilization? Why did I lose my sight? It turned out that golden-eyed Langjun had intended to offer his daughter to the strongest person in the outside world, Old Man Xuanji. Since then, he had been completely dependent on the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Even when his daughter tried to resist, he did not hesitate to control her. But things happened too suddenly. The clone of Prince Xiaoyaro suddenly descended and fought with Su Yu in the outer world. The entire outer world was shattered. Old man Xuanji was accidentally affected and seriously injured. He didn't have long to live. The father and daughter fell through the cracks of the formation and came to the civilization before them. They encountered danger along the way, and golden-eyed Longjuan's eyes were taken away. Chapter 2598. Su Yu was forced to resist. Bai Yun Hongxian said firmly. "Shut up. You are still speaking up for him." The golden-eyed Lang Jun scolded ferociously. "It's all Su Yu's fault." Bai Yun Hongxian remained silent, her heart was filled with sorrow. She was not distressed by her own situation, but by her father. Ever since she lost her sight, her personality became even more twisted, and her actions became even more extreme. She wanted to leave her father, but she couldn't bear to leave her blind father helpless. "From now on, you are not allowed to lie to Master Xiaohao," golden-eyed Lang Jun warned sternly. Bai Yun Hongxian was disgusted. What master? His father was too fragile and sensitive right now. He felt that Xiaohao's identity was noble, and it was not easy for them to get close to him. It was best to hug this big tree tightly. Not long after the father and daughter pair packed up their things, Yang Ran flew above their cave and said lightly, "Let's go. You'd better not drag me down on the way. Otherwise, Mph, at that time. Demon Sect. Demon Sect Palace. On an ancient altar, the Demon Lord was reading a heavenly book. There were lines of heavenly script characters densely packed on it. The Demon Lord was trying his best to study the words on it. Suddenly, the altar moved without any warning. Black mist gushed out from all four corners of the altar, forming a giant twisted face above the altar. That face was exactly the same as the face formed by the demonic mist in the blood wisps. The demon master's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt down and said in shock, "The Saint Demon has descended. This junior has failed to welcome you. Rise," the giant face said calmly and indifferently. The Devil Lord stood up, but his head hung low, not daring to look directly at the giant face. His entire body was tense, and his heart was beating wildly. The altar was the only connection between the demonic gate and the holy fiend. However, why would the holy demon descend without any warning? "How's the matter I asked you to do?" the Demon Lord asked. The Demon Lord hurriedly said, reporting to the holy demon, "There are some clues. That thing might be in the holy city." "Holy city?" The holy demon's voice suddenly sank. "Are you sure? There's no mistake. I'm ordering people to continue investigating." He had left the demon gate for a long time to search for that item. After a long time, the Devil Master slowly nodded. "Good. Well done." The demonic mist squirmed and 3 drops of dark red blood dripped from it. It was the divine demon blood. "Take it." The Demon Master was overjoyed. "Thank you, Saint Demon, for your reward." The demonic mist slowly dissipated. "Also, investigate who captured Xiao Mo. If it's someone from the Time Ruler, inform me immediately." Xiao Mo was one of the few who knew where the Demon Sect ancient tomb was. And he was in the ancient tomb of the Demon Sect. If the Time Lord obtained Howling Devil, he would definitely have a way to obtain information and find him. "Yes." The Fiend Lord replied respectfully, but his heart trembled violently. Elder Xiao Mo was actually captured. How could this be? After the holy demons retreated, the Demon Master immediately went to investigate. In the end, he had indeed lost contact with Elder Xiao Mo men. The Demon Lord's face was gloomy. Investigate the whereabouts of Elder Xiao Mo meanwhile. Empress Hall. Empress Star Rain, Su Yu, Great Emperor Mingxin, and Zi Jun. The Tranquil Heart Emperor wore a warm smile on his face. "Imperial Sister, I hope that our Southern Bright City and Eastern Bright City can cooperate happily and resist the other cities together." After personally witnessing Elder Xiao Mo being captured alive, the Mindful Heart Emperor was shocked, and his opinion of Empress Star Rain grew even higher. An elder of the Demon Sect was worth 500 contribution points. That was enough to exchange for a top-ranking dominator's treasure. In a sense, Empress Star Rain was already in an invincible position. Of course, the premise was that she could successfully send Elder Xiao Mo to the sacred city. I hope so. Empress Star Rain nodded calmly, but her heart was extremely excited. She had never dreamed that a descendant of a dominator would voluntarily cooperate with her, who had not even awakened the power of her bloodline. Now, she was suddenly full of confidence for the future. Of course, it was not her who made all of this possible, but Su Yu. She glanced at Su Yu, her heart filled with deep gratitude. Then, I will send an emissary to discuss the specific details of the cooperation. Empress Star Rain nodded, and after a warm welcome, she saw off the Mindful Heart Emperor and Zijun. The two of them left southern Bright City. The Mindful Heart Emperor, who was smiling, could not help but feel depressed. Great Emperor, why don't we intercept them halfway and take Elder Xiao Mo away? Zijun's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The capture of Elder Xiao Mo was too shocking. So much so that the inconspicuous Empress Star Rain had the bargaining chips to be on an equal footing with them overnight. Is there any use in robbing him? The Mindful Heart Emperor shook his head bitterly. Empress Star Rain has already used her annual contact with the Dominator to inform him of this matter. He has also sent people to receive us. What was the use of robbing him now? Instead, it would ruin the Time Master's plans and incur his wrath. Then we might as well kill Elder Xiao Mo. Empress Star Rain's 500 contribution points are too great a threat to us, Zijun said. The Mindful Heart Emperor scolded, you are foolish. Even the 3 cities combined are no match for Xiaohao. Now that Empress Star Rain has obtained 500 contribution points, it will make up for our shortcomings. Is there any benefit in destroying him? The Mindful Heart Emperor asked. Zijun frowned. But what if Empress Star Rain deals with us first? The Mindful Heart Emperor shook his head slowly. If it was just Empress Star Rain alone, I would indeed be worried that she would make the wrong move due to her immaturity. But with that human godbrother Su around, I think there is no need to worry. Having witnessed how Su Yu captured Elder Xiao Mo alive, the Mindful Heart Emperor believed that Su Yu was a smart man. A smart man would know that everything had its priorities. With him by Empress Star Rain's side, Su Yu would not do anything overboard. Let's go back to Dongming City quickly. We have been gone for so long, I'm afraid the waning Moon Empress will not stay put. In the Empress Great Hall, Su Yu said, there is no time to lose. I should set off as soon as possible to escort Elder Xiao Mo to the Holy City. Although Empress Star Rain was a little reluctant, she knew that the situation was urgent. If news of Elder Xiao Mo's capture was leaked, their trip would be much more dangerous. Therefore, Su Yu and the 5 guardians of the Pathmaster level set off for the Holy City. In the faraway Holy City, in an elegant courtyard somewhere in the city, pear blossoms were blooming in the courtyard. A beautiful woman in purple was bending over to paint. In the painting was a silver-haired youth. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. At that moment, a soft snort like that of an oriole came from behind. Mother, are you painting that heartless man again? The purple-clothed woman put down her brush and turned around, revealing an exquisite face like that of a fox fairy. She squatted down so that her line of sight was at the same level as the young girl who was speaking. She stroked her head and said kindly, don't be rude. Your father did not abandon us intentionally. He was in danger and did not want to implicate us. The purple-clothed woman was none other than Qin Xiana.